2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, this is Moth, the Moth from the Void, and today we have more corru.observer. Yes, we have corru.observer today. It's been a long time. Last time we played corru.observer was for the roguelike experience. Getting jelly out of the out of the embassy. No, don't release the nukes. I will ban. I will ban. I will ban the laser. Benitez. For the record, absolutely everything in this update is contained entirely in the embassy. Is it gonna be RPG all the way? Are we doing more RPG, or is... Because I remember the developers were talking about moving away from the RPG elements and maybe going back to... You will say nothing? Okay. I'm going blind. I don't know anything about episode 4. I have no idea what goes on in episode 4. In fact, it's been so long that I may not even remember anything. I may need a refresher of what the fuck happened last time. I remember bringing a bunch of shit to Juxi. Also, I remember getting the Wawa creature into Juxi also as well. The Wawa creature trying to bite me. I remember that secret boss fight in the roguelike mode. That was that was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. Anyways, here we go. Going to my corner. Getting the capture going for... You won't spoil 10 except to say that you should load up the recollection collapse in the embassy to start a new content. Okay. Celine is gonna make a lot of noise because she made a mess. She was brewing tea and she badly removed the tea bag and now there's tea everywhere. So don't mind the noise in the background. Okay, let me get this in full screen. Okay, here we go. Right. Moth faces in the dark, a dark shape held to an ear. You receive a welcoming wave that turns into a vague gesture to the central cyst. Look, we're just trying something new. There's a lot of waiting time and observation. Strange? Like what? Oh well, we're still poking around. There's some promising stuff here and there, but... Right. Can it wait for the full report? Okay, then you send them down once they're ready. We'll process them too. It's a sync, you know. We can do more than one. Yeah, look, the contractor just got here, so I need to go. We can talk about it later. Thanks, dude. Yeah, bye. The call is over. Moth sighs. Hey, buddy. Good news first. I'm pretty sure another part of the cyst is repaired. Thanks for the pets. Probably the next part of the collapse, judging by the activity measurements. Hopefully the last. Because the bad news is, it feels like the upstairs are prying at the door. I mean, it's not especially rare to take so long on a few corru-cystic pieces, but when it happens, that's when they start calling. So I borrow some time, but I'm not sure how much. They just think we're trying some long operation, which, you know, it's a lie. But we might end up getting more pieces to look over soon. What if they want it back before we're really done? Before we have communications back? To be honest, that's probably going to happen. We still have no idea if it's even possible to repair. But if things get, I don't know, really down to the wire, I've noticed the monitoring on biohazard disposals is really lax. Not saying we do anything, but wouldn't be the first time. Look, let's just get started. If it comes to that, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. So let me read some messages. On one hand, you're not doing anything wrong, but on the other, you're shipping a wall skin. Interesting comment. Fresh corner. Moth exploderable Moth. No Moth explosions. Right click. Act. Attempt connection. My eyes. Interloper. There is more for you to see at the embassy. I've been on compress. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's see. Oh, we still have the masks. We have hunger, unity, reality. Fluffy Moth, yes. Fluffus Maximus, engage. Let's start with Moth. Anything new? Not here, at least. Let's say hello to Fun Friend. Hello, Interloper. What's new? What's new, Fun Friend? I did my duty, Interloper. I have pieced together what remains of the embassy's collapse. But seeing what with the whole has formed has left me very troubled. Both for Akiset, for myself, and for you, Interloper. You have not felt ill since you started connecting, have you? Your body remains in one piece? Organs are reporting full function? What? What do you mean? I'm fine. Haha, that is good. That is very, very good. Then I believe it is safe to continue. I could elaborate, but it is better for you to see for yourself. So go and see what Akiset left. My work calls me to me still. Okay? Do you need anything else? I need to go. Let me adjust my microphone. Is there anywhere else we need to visit before going to the embassy, or do we go straight to the embassy? No questions asked. Straight to the embassy. Okay, there we go. And you're blinded by the light. There is no other content from Word of God. Okay, is this the one? Recollection A. I'm assuming it is. Prohibitive incoherence. Collapse. Oh, never mind. Collapse. Examine. I wish he listens as the inherited context. No, you are halfway through the one. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, this is fucked. This is not usable. Utilizes internal interaction methods. Ability to save and revisit iteration will be available. Oh yes, my mouse visible on screen. I think my mouse is not visible. Oh, it is. Never mind. So previously you had gone through some of the collapse, and now you're gonna go up against the rest. Okay. Okay, act. New iteration. Wait, load iteration? Yeah, load iteration. That would have been very funny. Okay. Golem maintenance. Convene in lobby. Okay. I approach Jelly again, and it regards me with a kind forward bow of its receptors. Hello, Akiset. What do you need? Okay, nothing new here. No new conversation. She looks interesting. I guess that's the quote-unquote copy after we broke her out and got her back to Joxioso. I guess I'm continue memory stream. I guess this is what I need. Notice, memory stream segment missing will advance to next coherent data. Bridges into adjacent memory stream. Return not possible unstarted. Continue. Okay. Continuing memory stream. With our preparations complete, I'll reconvene in the lobby. Not a pair of receptors without a time stopper connector. Yes, with these connections we should be unstoppable. To say nothing of our comprehensive plan, it is fortunate Kari recalls the ground's mind layout so clearly. Everyone connected? Yes. Yes. The yes continues to echo as all agree in unison. I cannot help but laugh. Prompting a similar sentiment from everyone at once was unwise. With all of these connections, we should keep our thoughts focused and distinct. Despite the looming darkness, I sense the teen finds some humor in this as well. Immediately, we set to a discussion under constricted time. Gagbu, was the time stopper damaged at all by your maneuver? It appears to be working as expected. Celine had his knees. The override's connection did not give me much detail. It is like feeling around in dark water. But between my efforts and Move Friend's careful navigation, we were able to tear the time stopper from our chamber with minimal direct damage. To the time stopper, that is. It sounds like the entire room collapsed because of the downward flow I created. So our research equipment and retrieve archival Cs are lost. Oh. Through our unity, I feel a sharp suspicion. I need not wonder who it is from. As if preempting the speech, Gagbu tilts her head back, receptors twisting cynically. Which does not matter because the vast majority of our progress was stored in the archival system. If we can seize the ground's mindery before the archival spine fully gives out, all will be well. If not, well, we will be able to reflect on our mistakes with Belsi personally. A necessary loss. So, we will have the time stopper's full effect within the ground's mindery segment then? Yes. The time stopper's relocation should put us more safely within its effective range. I also expect that because of the connection we have, the ground's mind will still be unable to disconnect us. Barring a direct physical attack on the time stopper itself, of course. But we have seen no interference ever since we first descended. And with the corru pressure lightened, we have some time before it is a threat again. Adequate low activity corru occupies space within cystic organs, terrestrial use only. All good things. But the eye still blinks. Common idiom, time is limited. Pressure will build up again for the same reasons as before, and the time stopper's shell will give way. Maybe we can find out what is blocking the corru flows to begin with. I still recall the plans for the embassy's early growth. This spire has a system of hearts that form and pump corru. A large central one at the bottom, then upper hearts to support it. From what we have seen, I think the upper hearts are probably intact. But if the great heart within the ground's mindery no longer churns, then naturally they must be struggling. So if the ground's mind is truly malicious, that will be a simple organ to target to cause this kind of collapse. Interesting. Thank you, Carrick. Another objective to consider if the demand for time becomes too great. But we should stay close to our plan otherwise. If we simply seize the ground's mindery core, it will surely be trivial to repair. Come, let us board Move Friend and be on our way. Thank you all for visiting Golem Maintenance. I hope it was an enlightening journey. Before you go, Itzel, how long will you be away? I should mark your availability. I will be back in a few winks, Jelly. The screen just got smaller for some reason, by the way. What screen? Huh? Where? The stream. The stream. Smaller. That must be your Twitch client. Are you watching on desktop or mobile? Because I'm watching my wife's PC and it looks fine. Making the stream mount means two things. You put it on as a picture-in-picture mode in your device, or as an ad has started desktop. You'll try refreshing. If you have something like Firefox, you may accidentally be able to right-click and set the stream to picture-in-picture mode, which will make it a floating window. Fix. Okay, there we go. That's usually something you do yourself. I will be back in a few winks, Jelly. Okay, see you soon. Goodbye, Jelly. Thank you for all your help. A shared distant guilt carries throughout our connection, which I understand. But all note this clueless golem is better left to maintain the cohesion of this segment. Besides, it will be easier to repair once we have stopped the collapse. Notice, advancing to next memory stream. It trying inside its normal window with black bars around it on the left, right and bottom, that's why you ask. Ooh. That could be Twitch trying out some new fancy ads bullshit. That's out of my control. Whatever Twitch is doing, that's Twitch. Besides, it will be easier to repair once we have stopped the collapse. Notice, advancing to next memory stream. Attention, commencing transfer. It's normal now. Okay, good. Wait, stop. Cancel the transfer. Executing reversion. Good. Oh, never mind. No, let's go. Okay. Continuing memory stream. I gotta do this cutscene again. Okay, and chat. Pale halls. Same thing happened to you. Yeah, I saw the menu option. It's like, oh, that's probably some dialogue or something. Nope. Attention, continuing memory stream. Linear stream segment, skippable, escape. Note, inheriting an interaction context. 4G murmurs beyond the walls as we descend to threats unknown. The movement barely fits us together, elbow to elbow. Miltza's third arm fidgets with her others. We are beyond escape, and I feel it eats at her. Itzel is awake within the golem with Karik, and both are frighteningly quiet. But I feel a bubbling grief and rage throughout our connection, which Karik must be trying to temper. Bosco rests against a wall and silently assists in prying apart the golem viscera we dragged in, while Karik fashions his explosives from their organs. There is an excitement in his motions, perhaps the only among us to carry unwavering confidence in our plan. And Tosik, tending to Gagbu's time stopper connector, seems concerned over her new complaints. She clutches her head as if afflicted by a larval migraine. It started only a blink ago, not long after we started to descend, strangely. Another thing you cannot hear, huh? It is like a buzzing, too many quiet words to understand. I can make do, it is just terribly distracting. No, and not even after swapping our connectors. But you're right about communications. There must be other doll-equipped golems doing what the Dolsica had done. As the wall of noise is almost identical, and it hurts you all the same even when you're a communicator. Tosik hands the connector back to her, but it finds a home upon her receptor again. Another hint at some greater truth of this attack signal, still yet to form a whole. But I feel it is safe to assume that whatever is attacking us is using something, approximating groundsmindery. That is surely why you can sense it, even when we cannot. Well, obviously, it is plain in Tosik's receptors that he was not done speaking, and he is left staring at Gagbu with a flat expression. He strikes clear regret into her. Ah, sorry, Tosik. The signal or noise or whatever it is causing such incessant irritation. But aside from it, I do have an insight to share. I was simply thinking aloud. Speak, Gagbu. In our foes, whenever I twisted or struck them, and occasionally in the remains of others we have left in our wake, I have glimpsed vague shapes of the instructions left by the hostile signal. You are right, all this time, on a surface level, it has felt like groundsmindery. It has the same authority, the same texture as reinstruction. Like when Bekoa instructed that golem to help us before they started. But the more I think about what I have seen, the more it vexes me. They were not given new directives, for there were no clear thoughts to find. It was deeper, more abstract. They were impulses, like emotions, not clear thoughts. Longing, or anger, or desperation, or all of them. But beyond them, different somehow. It is violent, messy, not just inspiring them to kill us, but gradually changing their internals. Given Belsey's inordinate fondness for parasites, I want to call it an infection. It is almost nostalgic. I think I noticed something similar. Of the dull nodes I harvested from the golems we have been fighting, the most recent ones are so weirdly malformed. I had to actually break some of them off from their bodies. Right, dull nodes are some of the strange ones. Partial translation inherited description generated now metaconnective. Corrusis attaches to another node via dull bone paradigm. In what I saw, it must have targeted specific organs. Communications, dull components, anything with connectivity. Leaving marks, reverberating their purpose more deeply than I could understand. Spreading outwards, fusing together, creating unfamiliar shapes. At first I thought it was simply a result of our foes sludging and incohering. But after seeing more, it is deeper than that. It is intentional but incomplete. Does this make any sense? I struggle to place it in words. Anything touched by the signal has been changing slowly. To what end, only Belsey may know. Infection is fitting. But what does that make of us? Wounds aside, none have shown any symptom. Yet I clearly recall the signal passing through me. Well, I think about how inconsistent it has been. Only some devices, only some golems. Some reason against us, some entirely sludged by the signal, or unresponsive. You recall how Moth simply began to die instead of immediately trying to kill us? Yes, the echo was still intact, like jellies or bar friends. It seems like consciousness is a barrier to some extent. But it also must be that it can attempt to grasp something and fail. Either by luck or bad connection or failing to break through strong instruction. Like that of our mind cores. I think of when the first signal hit, how in my brief unconsciousness, it must have been nearly taken hold of my leg, for it began to melt and change. But at once, almost without thought, I rose and fixed it. I was able to reform it as if it were a simple incorrect shape instruction after sitting for too long. It only struck me as strange after we began to see more. What about my kiwi? Itzil's interjection inspires a brief silence. I did not want to bring it up with their sensitive state, but it had been on my mind as well. How Doskalby seemed to hold her memories, yet still declare us usurpers, inviting us to come with her just before shattering her mind core. It was damaged. Her mind core, it had a deep wound upon it. Is that enough for it to seize us? A frightening thought, given the precise targeting of our foes. This whole time, I thought they were simply destroying them. But now I worry, what if they were not just broken, but changed? Bosco remains upon his duties, clearly listening but indifferent. Is it unusual that Milza has not given her insight? Does she have any? She fits just so strangely, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. No, I'm overthinking this. It is just a worrying thing to discuss, that is natural. Well, whatever the truth may be, we will pry it from Belsey in time. His timing is well placed, for the murmur of corru slows to a halt. A gentle thud marks our landing upon the Bell Corru base of the spire. Bell Corru. Particular structure of black corru and dead corru sediment. Immobile but extremely strong. An ecubic favorite. Hello everyone, says Moth. We have arrived. Fortunately, the structure here is still holding, so the entry vein is open. Are you ready? I can open the path now. I will wait here for you this time. Corru pressure is fine. Just a moment, Moth. Everyone stands fully, organizing themselves and their weapons. I should only need to briefly reiterate the plan, especially after the exhaustive deliberation done during our preparations. Alright, it is as we planned. Our efforts have all proceeded as expected, and this final victory will be no exception. These foes has shown themselves to be rabid, acting with singular purpose, but with no tactics. And as in a true infestation, this is our greatest advantage. Once we enter, split into your groups. Follow the ring hall of the groundsminder in opposite directions until we meet again. Remove attackers, clear chambers, find survivors. Reunite for great threats if needed. And when the core is defenseless, we enter the central chamber to seize it. Gakwu or Toxic, you are up for interim groundsmine when the time comes. Are we all aligned? Receptors wave with affirmation. We are of one mind. Just to repeat what I said before. I have a mind core capable of groundsmindery, but that does not mean I know how to operate an entire structure. Neither do I, but we will do what we must. If I am incapacitated, you must be the one to take the core. Yeah, right. We are ready then. I will guide us to victory and correct my terrible mistake. Open the path, move friend. Attention, party functionality augments now disabled. Uh-oh. Notice all party member actions upgraded to accommodate. Notice exceptions, symbiotic rifle active via item. Notice exception, signal inverter directly upgraded Gakbu actions. Bullshit. Oh well. I guess that's how it goes with something fluid like this. Let us go. So, what's up with my party? Augments are gone. Let me check my inventory. Symbiotic rifle function. Adapted bright weaponry created via laser bats and strange cyst. Connects to internal ammunition generator used at cost of HP in combat lock and load. Usable in combat. Cabruca Sword resist. A damage golem weapon schematic. The inscription reads, sorry. I have disablers, 2 of 8, aim assist. This is for analyzing foes, it makes them vulnerable. I have a few restorative cyst. I have a few shield cyst. Signal export, a dangerously incoherent knowledge corrusist, contains some of the some sort of interpretation of the signal. Gabu can weaponize this. Okay. Always equipped with time stoppers, click and drag over active members to swap preferred order. I don't remember what I was doing in the previous section for doing a lot of damage and survival and stuff. I think we're gonna split into several groups, so maybe that doesn't matter right now. Regular low. Okay, we're going out. The entry vein, our first step. One of the only paths into the ground's minery segment's shell. The entire segment is a fixed shape like golem maintenance, but out of structural necessity. Formed from a mixture of black corru and dead sediment, creating a unique marbling and shimmer. The rare pale corru is a misleading name, for it is closer to dead metal. But it is ornate, as it ought to be, given its importance here. That I even have time to think about this is unexpected. For there are no foes, it is quiet. Not even a single golem or Kuo body marks this place. Some relief passes through our connection until we get a better look. Luminescent swarm displays nearby flare with warnings. Our grindminder sigil is in disrepair, almost rotting. Behind it, a wall-length window pulses with bright nonsense, illuminating the area further. Technological implication, implied closest functional equivalent. Still working, trying to show something but failing. Strange. Operate according to the plan. Kavik, Tosik, check the terminals, the state of the segment. Aki said we'll watch over you. Itzil, Karik, Bosco, Milza, check the doors to adjacent chambers. If you find any foes, immediately retreat. If there are no foes in there either, return to notify us. We should not split up too much before we are ready. Oh, and Gakbu, sense what you can from here. The core should just be beyond this wall, I think. The team sets out to their duties. There is a blink to examine the area. Notice, mark entities contain dialogue unique to this stream segment. Advice, interact before advancing. Utilize proceed entity to save or advance stream. Okay. No enemies, you say. So I should check the doors. Are these doors? What are these? Spire status. Oh, these are like windows. Visual display utilizing luminescent core swarms, saying through intricate diagrams and warnings that what we already know. Little time remains. Is it the same? Yeah. Spire status, spire status. Yeah, they're all the same. Okay, let's talk to Kavik. Or maybe I should save. Let's save. Save and heal. Let's talk to Mr. Kavik. How strange that they placed these status views here. Perhaps these swarms displays will normally be a prideful display for visitors. But now they only serve as a new stressor for the Spires in dire condition. Perhaps even worse than I expected. Kavik steps among them, testing to see which still responds to his gestures. Kavik! What do you see? Oh, Aki said, it is really something. I have never seen a spire break down like this. Look, over here. This view of the archival spine status is clearest. Most of the critical damage is actually centered around the veins of the archival spine. While the spinal column itself is mostly unharmed, what could cause this sort of damage? Well, some of it is debris from the upper veins collapsing into lower ones, but from what I can gather, it actually started with resource issues. The spine has its own dedicated spire blood circulation, independent from the spire's hearts. And all of it has been getting drawn away, pulled down here. That alone will not have caused the damage, if not for the hearts themselves slowing. But you can see over this one, the hearts have been stalled for a while. There is Gagbu's work in the middle there, that deep in the center, as well as near the second heart. How minor it seems when placed like this, or perhaps it is already mostly undone. And with these other views, do you see it? This strange distortion, a loss of pigmentation and cohesion in the like swarm. These ones are non-responding to me, so I am not sure what is really going on there. But that dark pattern is so familiar too, like... do not mind my speculation. Go, attend to the others. I will let you know when I have a conclusion. I will leave you to it then. Be prepared to move. I don't suppose I can go through these doors. Not this way, not yet. Not until the team is reassembled. Okay. I can talk to this guy. Map, examine. Layout is 5 major chambers, including this one, surrounding the core. Connective halls lined with personnel and lesser operation chambers appears distorted around the core. Tosik, approach. Tosik puzzles over this faulty terminal. He swats at the luminescent swarm forming the floating display, cutting into it with his corru from the side, looking for something within. His other side is still operational though. It appears like it would normally be a map of the area, a central grounds binary core surrounded by 5 chambers. This is one of them, minor as it seems. Lesser chambers attached to the halls, probably serving as personnel and storage. But most of this is obscured by incoherence. Tosik, what is happening? It looks like this terminal was disconnected from all input at some point. I am trying to check its core, so that I may directly access what it knows. Specifically, when it lost input. But if you mean around the segment, the display has drifted too much to tell. One of the chambers looks damaged, but the rest seems fine. If you ignore the flickering circle in the center, give me a blink and we will have our answer. Will do. I guess I'm talking to you. Toggle cloak. Oh. Okay, Aki said. toggle it off. I guess nothing to say to them. I guess I have to proceed. Yeah, let's proceed then. Let's take one last look. I don't think we failed to interact with anything else. Talk to Gakbu first. But they don't have any conversation. Yeah, I think I need to proceed. There's no more discussions. I linger near Gakbu, watching over the team as they find what they can. But something about the twist of her receptors in particular worries me. She stares into the window, or perhaps beyond it. What is it? Even with a closer look at the window, trying to make sense of what it shows is fruitless. It is nothing, just squirming black and white pigmentation. Simply incoherence or a true attempt to display what is within the core chamber? This is where that buzzing was coming from. But this close, it does not pain me as it did. Yet it is so much clearer now, and it is not without sense. Gakbu's chuckle carries a bitter hate. In my larval youth, throughout my work upon the Okisika, a cubic surface monument, holy site. If the clouds parted at the start of Agaze's work, and Belsi's eye could see us plainly, there was a song they made us sing, where our voices had to be in unison. The Okidoya, contextually used to refer to strange sensory phenomena, vocalized song of many participants, structured its practice. Part genuine prayer, part to raise our spirits before our labor, and part true intention to call forth predators in the area, that we may eliminate them before getting deep into work. That is what I feel now from this place. Oh, Amen Rara, welcome. Thank you so much for the bit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The same sort of unison, like a cave city in constant song. But this song is not a sound, it's like a feeling that passes through me. I will think it were some cruel mockery, a joke from our aggressor. If it were not only being spread throughout Groundsmindery. And in the silence of her boss, I realize. Actually, I think I can feel it too. It grows stronger as I draw closer to the window, and the effect is plain. Like she says, it is not exactly a sound, yet I can hear it. As I listen, as I feel, I think of the signal, and I feel shreds of it in this song. Like half-remembered lyrics, forgotten again as they pass by. I almost feel as if I can see the song in the swirl of the window. When I look back to Gakbu, she meets my gaze with great concern. How cool that behind those Gavik scurries closer. It is a doll ceremony. Self-assembly corusistic structure within doll plane. Completion allows for creation and direction of new doll contrivance. Partial translation implied closest cultural equivalent. Uh-oh. He speaks too quickly, too loudly for it to be good news. Oh, forgive my volume. I believe the Groundsmindery chamber is being used for a ceremony. That is, the precursor structure to a doll contrivance. But I have never seen it on this scale before. Usually, they are either very small, very small for testing, or very large to make a proper continuous contrivance. If this completes, I think it will be open just long enough to consume the entire embassy before closing. There must be an opposite side, a destination to reach, but it is impossible to tell where that might be. What? Was this the true purpose of the attack? Or an emergency measure taken by Vekoa? Feeling that shared shock of Tosik and Gakbu, a part of me screams to flee. I see Skavik glancing towards the window again. Skavik, how much time do we have? The Groundsmindery core, can it be recovered from this without destroying it? The entire embassy. Do we simply cast our plan aside? Flee? Ah, Aki, I do not know. It depends. Ceremonies require a great deal of preparation and resources. And in ideal conditions, they are nearly instant. So we should not even have time to consider how to stop it. But if the grounds minery core is being used as the catalyst for it, I really cannot say. It could be wings, or the whole gaze, or it could explode into a contrails right now. This is unprecedented, Aki said. I really do not know. But I do know the core must still be intact. I released Kavik, relenting to pace anxiously. Our next actions must be chosen carefully. The like of Belz's gaze burn struck me. Alright, how can we stop it? The ceremony must be seized by the core itself. As I said, this structure requires a lot of effort and resources. A constant flow, really, in order to bloom and anchor itself so that the catalyst, his voice catches, his frantic selection of words falling short. He speaks now upon matters he only barely understands. And no one else has stepped in to help. So this is his knowledge alone. Sorry, in short, if we could command the core to stop somehow, to close the gate it has formed, that will cut the ceremony off. Or we could destroy the core, but you know, either way, until it is stopped, we really do not want to go in there. There is these staging ceremonies while their tendrils are anchoring and overlap where the doll kind of presses against our side and oh, how do I phrase this? It starts to mix their conflicting natures and just gets very dangerous, yes? Even after all I have seen since the advent of doll technology, this is still beyond me to fully grasp. But his fear is all I need to know. Gagbu stares into the light of the window, searching. But this does not make any sense. There is no reason the core should be able to do this. Ceremonies must be formed using truly massive grand cysts, right? Yes, but mainly for resource reasons. Only a fraction of a catalyst mass is actually used in managing the operation. The rest is consumed using the formation of tendrils and organs. Ah, and what resource is greater than the embassy's critical systems? Dosik remained silent, having cut into the side of the map terminal for a direct connection. From the doorway nearby, Itzel, Carrick, and Mills are returned. The next room is empty, no golems, no Kuo, no Kou, no bodies. It is so quiet here. Bosco emerges from the other side no long after receptors alert. The same in this direction. Some marks on the ground drag towards the ground's minery core. There may have been bodies once, but they were moved. Or moved themselves. All at once, I feel the eyes and internal focus of the others upon me. No foes. The core is untouchable. Our plan? What about our plan? What can we even do? Hey. Dosik places a component back into the map terminal, gesturing to the display. It still is unreadable. There is a part of the ground's minery segment called the Doll Mine. It is the marked one near the top. Oh, they monitor doll activity and prevent internal collisions there. Right. I have been trying to get some information on it from this terminal, but the last sensory impulse it received must have been just after we arrived at maintenance. And as of that impulse, it appears the doll mine is gone. Its region is giving no output at all. No reporting collapse or damage. Just not responding, no sensory signals, nothing. The structure of the entire segment otherwise seems fine. The core chamber status is far too incoherent to make any sense of. But it is definitely still there. And one other thing, there appears to have been no active entities anywhere. Golem, Kou, or otherwise. That does not make sense. Could the grounds minery team have evacuated already somehow? The spinal terror could have served as another exit. Maybe, but no clear signs of that here. So often have I led the charge, made these plans, that being bereft of direction leaves a tight coil in my receptors. Well, what do you recommend? One of the adjacent chambers is the lesser mine. It seems to be a place where other Kou could directly assist in grounds minery duties. At their end if the doll mine is truly gone. But we may be able to use some of its equipment similarly to the override panel in Golem Maintenance. Make contact with the core if it is still there. Perhaps even stop it, or at least pry some time for Belz's claws. Right, yes. Come, let us all go together. And if there is no way to stop it, then let us at least search for survivors. And if we truly must, flee. Flee? Oh, Bosco. Kavik, catch everyone else up on the situation as we move. As you must have learned on yourselves, this is not as straightforward as we thought. Will do. Set out. Okay. I guess we're gonna talk to everyone now. We can go through the door on the right. I don't have a thing to save my game though. I'm gonna drink some tea. That was a lot of reading. My mouth is dry. My tongue is slurring everything I say. Give me a second. Oh, actually, we have an ad incoming. Thing on door will save your game, you think. The thing is gone. The thing that lets you save is gone. It's probably behind the door. So, yeah, we have an ad break incoming. Let's use that ad break to drink some tea, then go to the bathroom, and we'll be back with more corru.observer episode 4. Okay, I'm gonna trigger the ad break now. Here we go. Okie dokie, I'm back. Let's continue. Bosco. Examine. No conversation here. Tosik, no conversation. Kavik has nothing to say. Gagbu, nothing to say. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. I guess we just move forward. Adol's altar. Recreation of carnivorous stationary fauna. Hollow central structure captures organic material for substance. The fruit bulb forms over time. Equivoc religious significance. Are these things going to attack us? Oh boy. The lesser mind chamber. Eerily quiet given the horrors behind us. Also, quite bare. While it could be an aesthetic choice, Bosco did mention things being torn away, dragged to the core. No matter, the team sets out to investigate the area. Our objective is clear. At least one of these spots is likely still functional. Notice, mark entities contain dialogue unique to this stream segment. Interact before advancing, utilize proceed entity to save or advance stream. Okay. Now everyone has something to say. Let's start to meet Milza. Milza lingers near our golem, still quiet. She fidgets with the small remote coordination drone we formed for her before descending. A simple sphere, with robust dual positioning and propulsion. It is possible that she is truly busy preparing it, but... really, I do not think she has said anything since we arrived. Clearly, she is nervous, as always has been. She always has been. But it seems more intense than before, perhaps to the point of distraction. Some support should help, as the others investigate. Milza. How beholds you? Common idiom, religious implication. How does Belsi's gaze behold you? This is a worrying time, but I worry for you as well. Is something troubling you? Oh, Aki said, She places the drone in a pouch within her cloak. It clings against a number of other cysts, likely the ones retrieved from her room long ago. Her receptors stretch open and close as she places words to her thoughts. I know that coming here, it was the right choice, but I should hold nothing from you. Does it not feel like this is far, far out of our control? We are researchers, diplomats, a few engineers. And ceremonies usually demand several teams used to initiate, from what I know. Do you really think we can do anything about this? Under the light of Belsi's attention, in moments of great pressure, they say that impossible outcomes become common. But I hold no delusions, Milza. If there is truly nothing we can do, then it is as I said. We will find survivors and quickly escape. This answer feels wrong, but it is true. Escape is our only resort, should this be beyond our grasp. Of course. Even with fleeing as an option, a thought that has come to her many times. There is no easing of her tension. Will it be something else bothering her? Itzil and Karik linger in our golem near the core chamber door. Since that fight with the construction golem, they have sparsely said a word. Yet they are within our great weapon. There is some risk here. So I approach. Itzil, Karik, hello. Given the wake upon our receptors, I must ask, Itzil, are you feeling well enough to fight? Your and Karik's combined minds will lend well to the golem's abilities, but... Aki said, we will only be here once. And it will be my only chance to exact revenge for Doskalbi. I will have the murderer answer for all that has been done, until we meet again behind Belsi's stage. I will have this be my only purpose. Itzil speaks calmly, but her bitter rage is clear. This does not sit well with me. Mate loss is always terminal, often imminently. Surface hunters charging into the dark for vengeance. Cavern folk growing unresponsive. Madness in many shapes, lovingly drawn by Belzy's cruel claws. Even with our larval flesh left behind, this curse follows us into death eventually. So while it is true that there is an intense driving force behind Eitzel now, a stray storm that may bend the veil in our direction, I still fear it may be uncontrollable. Milza, nearby, makes a clear grip of discomfort in her branch receptors, but she is silent. And I cannot blame her. What is the choice here? Leave Eitzel alone in the move, friend? Have them trail behind in their most vulnerable state, physically and mentally? Besides, Carrick grounds them. Will it not be beneficial to Eitzel's chances of recovery if we allow them to truly claim vengeance? Do not worry, Aki said. We have been speaking internally. I am quite confident in Eitzel's ability to help. It will be fine. Alright. What says you, Gagbu? I approach Gagbu, who stands apart from the others, preoccupied with a web of veins extending from beneath the core chamber door. They are barely visible, indentations left in the ground from their weaving. Gagbu, what is wrong? These veins. Do you not feel the same unease? They make the floor uneven and seem disorderly. Not integrated with the ground systems, forcing their way through. Aki said this must be new. They are unusual, now that you point to them. Gagbu calls to our friends in the golem. Carrick, is this standard? These ground veins? From the surprise in the golem's receptors, they must not have noticed either. No. The grounds mindery segment here is designed to have resources running through the walls and floors already. Invisibly, through particular connections. So this should be unnecessary? The pod connections from the ceiling look right, because those wire into the spine, I think. But I do not know what these ones on the ground are. Bekoa will not entertain this aesthetic choice either, from what I know of her. She is one of those smooth stone types. Gagbu's eyes follow their path from the door to each of the lesser pods. They form some sort of connection, disappearing into the flesh near each base. Well, I can only tell that this connected to the core somehow. But same as our foes, there is no meaning I can glean for them. They do not seem to be able to move, but just try not to stand on them for too long. Strange. Oh boy! I'm sure everything is fine behind that door. Let's talk to Kavik. Dosik and Kavik linger near the center of the chamber. There, a terminal displays a state of grounds mindery attendance throughout the spire. A similar display to the one within the entry vein. There is far too much detailed information for me to make sense of, but the numerous alerts and requests are apparent. Critical damage is reported at the fringes of every spine branch, and there are far too many urgent calls for help. Oh, this one is more readable. According to this, there is no grounds mindery happening at all? The core, is it still intact? It must be. The core must be entirely occupied with the ceremony. See that last activity? It stopped being used for grounds mindery. At about the same time, the map terminal stopped working, which looks to be when we arrive at golem maintenance. That must have been when the ceremony began. By the looks of it, whatever her last command was, it caused an immense amount of strain to the entire system all at once. But the golems that there were projecting control sigils, those only come from direct continuous grounds mindery. Right. Or something that the golems thought was close enough. Regardless, we should look for an intact pod. I can make a direct connection to the grounds mindery system with them. Or maybe I can see some records too. It is hard to tell just from this fading display. But I suspect that whatever Bekoa did was done twice. He gestures towards the mangled side information. I cannot make sense of it, but he must recognize some figures. Many calls come from before Bekoa's last action, and many of the spinal relays suffered just before them. The signal we felt, the one that changed our golems, while it may not have been groundsmindery as we know it, I truly believe it started from the core. I see. I assume that counts as the conversation for both of them. Lesser mind status. Ike Life's request for help and archival connectivity lost. Swarm projection stopped reorienting some time ago. That's reports of sudden immense strain across the entire system. And these are support pods. Similar in composition to groundsmindery core, for secondary groundsmind support in times of need, permits direct connection to core, spire-wide archival spine connectivity, and archival knowledge pool. A grave mistake. Huh? A grave mistake? But why is that comment? Why did... A great mistake. Okay, let's see what Bosco has to say. Bosco lingers quietly near the pods, inspecting them for damage. He seems to have settled on a potential candidate already, so I ask. Bosco, you mentioned earlier that it looks like things were moved. Yes. Probably bodies, but there were other spots that stood out to me. Damage in the ground, implying entirely missing terminals and equipment. Similarly dragged around, pulled from their ports, leaving trails of sludge. Some towards the core chamber's grand door, and others to halls leading further into the ring. Notice how this chamber has no auxiliary terminals, no storage? It is the same. There was some greater effort here. Perhaps to serve as fuel. That is strange indeed. A few storage containers and tool terminals will hardly help a ceremony's hunger, surely. Bosco is quiet, similarly puzzled but uninvested. We will know in time. Okay, let's save and proceed. Look around one time to see if I didn't miss any conversations. I don't think so. I think I talked to everyone. Okay, proceed. Bosco lingers near an ideal pod, and so I call everyone's attention with an impulse through our connection. All begin to gather nearby, with a shared sense of vague unease. This one should work. Bosco feels around the pod's center-facing side, eventually finding the edges of a panel. With a tear, a circular hatch gives way to the dark interior. Thank you, Bosco. I will give this a try first. I notice they are used like the remote operation chambers back home. A little more modern, but the same paradigm. Just watch out. If it really is the same, then it will notify the groundsmind. Whoever holds the core will know we're here. If there is anyone in it at all, at this point they already do, given our movement. The floor must still be feeding it sensory information. Let me see if this works. Tosik reaches within, pulling a wire connector from the interior. He removes his time stopper connector from his favorite receptor and puts this new one in its place. We all watch, anticipating a simple answer, but there is something in the wavering of his stance. Suddenly it doubles over, gripping the connector. With a quick motion it tears it from his receptor, casting it away. Its physical terror snaps and it cracks upon the hard walls, splattering purple. Terror resonates through our connection. Milza, nearest to him, takes a cautious step back. Tosik, are you... With an agonized groan, he grips his head. The exposed corru of his quo body rippling unnaturally, gaining a strange sheen, as if some sort of shockwave passed through him. Gabby quickly approaches to help, but Tosik waves him away urgently. Bosco hovers closer, prepared if something is going wrong. There is something. Some kind of offensive word. Fuck. Tosik, that is membrane failure. We need to act quickly. How did that happen from just one connection? Nobody else connect to anything. Toxic grips Kavik's arm urgently, but his limbs move strangely, as if half asleep. It sees us. The golem is reporting. Everyone, get away from the core. Our focus shifts to the grand door to the grounds mindery as we shelter between the pods, where we expect them to open, maybe to reveal an attacker. The Okidoya, heard once gently, screams through our minds. It is like a shockwave of madness. I've been compressed! During such an important moment, really? You think compression is gonna save me? It is like a shockwave of madness, invisible tendrils curdling out from the core. And before we can move, it passes over us. A sourceless light suffuses the chamber, illuminating shapes we cannot see. In the presence of their vibrance, edges grow inaccurate, shapes twist and expand. Color bleeds from everything, mixing in the air apart from their objects. The ceiling, is it gone? Is this a projection? This is destroying the video codec? Yeah, I expect it to. It's definitely gonna destroy everything. Something presses against it, as if looking in at us. It's gonna look better on the YouTube upload, so at least there's that. Kavik? Tosik? Anyone? What is happening? Is this the ceremony? Is it completing? I do not know. I think this is the overlap. It must be growing outwards. Another shock strikes my mind core. Some part of me is falling. Sorry. Some part of me is falling, but the floor is still beneath my feet. There is a feeling of some great shape slithering, coiling around the chamber. You could say the Kodego Okidoyad. And when my mind recovers enough to see, the room is unrecognizable, lost in itself. An island of sanity with frayed edges, as if suffocated by the surface vapor. And from it, something has come for us. Misshapen things, hazy silhouettes, formed from this broken nature. When I look at them, I see familiar shapes. Husks, like before, golems, something else. They move without the fatigue of our past foes. I cannot truly make sense of them, but their presence alone seems to strengthen the effect of this distortion. They must be the source of this, or a part somehow. It must be stopped before we are lost to this overlap. No friends will be made here. Whatever this haze has not yet destroyed us. We must fight. Everyone follow my lead. Alright, but where are you? The question immediately chills my mind. I look nearby, but only see Bosco, Itzil, and Karik. Uh-oh. Where are we? There is no time. These creatures are upon us. Everyone, fight to the best of your ability. I will lend my expertise as I can. Fight. Wait, this is not the same? Are we doing fucking tactical RPGs now? Thought form combat initiated. The scenario necessitates extra dimension. Attention, utilizing structure, tactical combat. God damn it. Core combat structure is unaltered. Actors may move a limited range before using an action. Action use ends turn. It's final corru tactics time. God fucking damn it. I'm gonna drink more tea. RTD? What? RTS? No, that's not RTS, that's tactical RPG, it's not an RTS. I'm not building units and collecting resources, am I? Celine is drunk. Actors may move a limited range before using an action. Action use ends turn. Ow. All actions adjusted to account for range and area of effect. Utilize left mouse click to direct movement and action use. Utilize movement keys to alter spatial view. We must be rid of these foes quickly so that I can help the others. but corners of the room have become distorted, dangerous. I am reminded of how we destroyed the Foundation Golem just a week ago. We should avoid them, but so too can we use them with carefully angled strikes. Begin. It's like Fire Emblem. Akisa is the tactician. Okay. Dash. Move quickly. Figure. Mass. Can I inspect these things? Judskin. Figure. Mass. I cannot inspect them to see what they are. Okay, I don't remember much about the original combat. I'm going to assume we just want to put puncture on everything again. What happened to our gun? Oh, here it is. We don't have healing, though, do we? Yeah, we don't have our healer. So maybe... Trying to remember what I was doing for combat. Oh! Oh, it's that kind of camera control. Oh shit! Ooh. I like the billboarding. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna... You know... Evasion, focus. Move to target location, select current tile to avoid movement. So I can attack this in this range. So I need to move first. So if I move here, I can... Can I undo? Oh, you can keep moving until you attack. Okay. So that's frenzy. What about your... Oh, dull flare bale splitter is... Okay. Well, I probably want this person in the... Okay, wow, what the fuck? Oh, they bounce. They bounce on the walls. And they took damage from bouncing on the walls, which means they probably can make me bounce on the walls too. That's great. Punch and pull. Protect. Protect whom? Akizet. Ah! Get fucked. Okay, let's keep applying funny puncture on people. That's always good. Wide directional release of rapidly decaying dull light. This will hit all that people? Oh, it's a cone. Will that hit my people too? Oh, I can do friendly fire. Good thing that I am in this position by accident. So fuck that. And then I'm gonna... How long does protect last? I don't know how long it lasts. I'm guessing it already expired. So I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna do a punch. What? Why cannot I punch there? Something wrong with that guy? Is it diagonals only? What? What is the shape of this attack? What the fuck? Hit up to 2 foes ahead. Okay, let me... So this attack is a square, okay. Then why cannot I hit the guy? So if I move here, can I throw a punch this way? No. What? Why not? I want to hit these 2 guys. I'm confused. I'm just gonna protect, if that's the case. Damn. Just keep stabbing people. Very effective. Okay, I think if I move here, I can do... Oh, but that's gonna hit this guy, no? No, this is gonna hit it in one direction. There we go. Protect the same guy. Just keep protecting. Let's do the... Let's just stall until they die. I don't understand. I guess these abilities require some room to... Oh, okay, so these abilities don't work if you're completely adjacent. You need to have some room between you and the target. That's why they're not highlighted. You need to highlight an empty space. That's pretty cool. So Aki-san is also pretty strong. So this case will be very bad because I will hit Aki-san. So I want to instead move closer and do something like this. Will only hit that guy. Like, I want to align, but it's fine. This guy is dead. Now I'll move here, protect Aki-san. Interesting mechanics. Okay, that's our first fight done. With our foes fallen, I shift my inner focus to the others. My wordless request to access their senses is granted immediately. I can only hope I can guide them well enough. Notice, many actions utilize tile effects. Notice, functions vary from persistent effects to telegraph actions. Utilize scanner to determine function if needed. Follow my instructions. Okay. We are attendant and shapes. These guys looks like they're more serious business than before. So what is this? Guide drone and observe. Create persisting areas observation, inflict statuses on creation and turn end. Drone strike. To target ally or foe versus ally. It can have a chance for evasion to host or nearby allies. What in the fuck is happening, mate? Milza also has dash. So I'm gonna do the observation. Persisting area of observation. I don't have like... Okay, I'm gonna leave this area. Oh, it's at an area. I could observe that guy. I'm not really sure how to use Mitsa. Guy drone. Yeah, I'm guessing I could observe to apply vulnerability. So how long does the observation last? So question. Destabilize. Signal inverted granted extra functionality. Observe the corru? Yes, we're observing the corru. Scrambled, applies vulnerable on crit. Create a persistent area of effect. Hits foes who end turn within. Hit foes who are not within. Oh. Oh. Destabilize works in an area as well. Does it last as an area? Alter the structure of target. Granted extra functionality. It doesn't say it lasts. IED. Utilize micro-explosive rapidly form from scavenged dull organs. Notice hits allies. Exercise caution. Detonates before next turn. Now we can deploy a bomb. We could make sure that they cannot even come to this way. Endure. Focus on what matters. Use remove fear. Oh, Gavik has fear. Cover. Repairs to nearby allies. Repairs. Oh, Gavik can heal. Well, let's put an IED. Oh no, they also have IEDs. So what's happening here? What did they do to my floor? I'm gonna keep putting bombs. Oh shit. The floor is doing funny shit. Did it teleport? What's going on? Oh god, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Ah! Okay, Milsa needs healing. What kind of effect is this? It's like the floor flips and pushes people around. Okay, let's cover Mitsa. Milsa needs healing. Warps the ground ominously. He fucking warp. Okay, they can warp. But they can use that to warp around, I suppose. They dodged the fucking shape, what? Okay, it's dead, finally. Okay, drone. Scramble. Cover. Dead. The last of the entities dissipate from the attacks of my friends, but we find ourselves thrown into yet another distortion of the lesser mind chamber. Or where we ever else were. I can hardly make sense of the space. All I know is that there are so many more of the beasts here, and we are together again. Half-formed questions and thoughts of confusion race throughout our connection. Have no fear. We are having some effect. It seems closer to the shape it used to be, does it not? They are many, but so are we. Keep fighting. Oh boy. Oh no. It's gonna take like 2 hours. It's a 2-hour fight. Oh god. Ah. Wait, what is that? Is that the boss? Shroud, unable to affect by any means. Ooh, who are you? Question marks. You have to use your AoE attacks. So it seems. Oh shit! I scrambled the fucking room, everything is a mess. Oh boy! Oh god, what is going on? So many turns are happening. Okay, I'm back. That thing is still uninteractable, but stuff is happening. Need a better angle. These are... This will hit my friends. This is good. Good. Come here. You're gonna do a drone here. You are going to scramble this guy. Remove it from the field now. You... Who needs healing? I think Milsa took a little damage. Let's keep everyone at full health, if possible. Let's come here, cover Mitsa and everyone. You're gonna be targeted a lot. I think we should come here and cover everyone. Protect Mitsa. Yeah. Sounds alright. The display is struck. Wait, the display is a thing. Okay, display is broken. Oh shit. Okay, we're fine. Protect and cover are actually pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, it's my turn again. I don't like that angle. Maybe I can overwhelm these two. Yeah. Boom, boom. Wow, one of them is dead. Okay, you... Yeah, nobody in my friend list is getting hit. Okay. Damn, good job. Okay, you, drone. Drone strike here. You are going to come here. Maybe not there. That seems dangerous. That entire area is completely affected. The entire area is affected as fuck. Let's keep attacking this guy. You are going to protect these people. Because they're gonna be targeted by like 1,000 effects at once next turn. Yeah, okay, good, very good. You are going to protect Mitsa again. Oh boy, effect number 1. Effect numero 2. Woo! Okay, more effects. Oh boy. Okay, that guy's dead, so that's nice. Everything is going too nicely, I don't like it. I'm scared. Some shit's gonna happen very soon, I think. Oh. Yeah, everything is super nice at the moment. You could say everything is quiet. It's too quiet. Okay, let's overwhelm these idiots over here. Yes. Let's finish off these guys. Drone strike here. Scramble here. An IED here. Good shit. Protect. Go here and protect this group. Okay, threw some shit in there. Okay, we can finish this fight. Allegedly. I don't know what that thing is doing. It's doing nothing. It's doing nothing and we cannot do anything to it. So, whatever is going on with that, we don't know. Nice. Now it's in a spot where we can fuck it up. Okay. Drone strike. Scramble it. No, get closer. We gotta scramble it. Okay. The last of these solidified threads have been dispersed. With each one felled, the space has grown more familiar. It's still distorted, but the change is felt, as if we were waking from a dream. We take this instant to recover. I do not understand. They are formless, but can be touched and destroyed. They hurt, but leave no mark beyond melted flesh. Everything we fought, it is all gone, leaving no carcass. And beyond that, Gagbu's groundsmindery still seems to work against them? They cannot be Corru, can't they? These questions must wait, for one entity remains. Malformed and impossible to distinguish, like a haze in the air. But before I can make any motion to attack, the form from the now restored door to the core chamber comes a great shockwave, and at once we are pushed away, nearly swept off our feet. Unexpectedly, I land near Tosik, who has been resting against a boat this whole time. What is happening? Am I awake? I want to help him, but my attention is drawn back to the last presence. I cannot lose focus. Whatever happened seems to have given it a solid form, fully manifested. But still, I barely make it out. Is that Bekoa? Bathed in the same light as our incorporeal foes. There is no time to make sense of this. Whatever wields her form does so out of malice. Stay at range, attack in unison. Wait for my impulse. Our inner chatter slowly falls to silence, the others listening for my direction. Bekoa, or whatever wields her image. She watches us, moving warily, like a cautious surface runner observing a predator. Though she stands before the only discernible door, there is no measure of hostility shown. She is not trying to block our way, merely assesses us. Out of precaution, we keep our distance for now. There is some intelligence here. Look at that movement. Even her receptors. It really looks just like Bekoa, right? It is curious. Receptor movements are subtle, difficult for a parasite to mimic. And in this figure, I see a sort of pensive remorse. Does she persist within? I must at least try. Even Susukri are capable of some reason. Oh, I guess. If you're in the Corru Discord, you will get the reference. Hi, Bekoa. Bekoa, what holds you? Does any part of you remain? Her attention fixes upon me and spots dance across my vision. It is like her attention is physical, some sort of contact. The Okidoya focuses upon me, maybe all of us. Come. Come before. No, not focus on us, but around us. Carrying thoughts. It reverberates against our minds, barely intersecting with them. Unable to truly connect. I expect to have to retaliate against an attack which she remains afar. This is a true attempt to communicate something. Peace. The sensation of voices grasp at words in my mind, trying to fit them together. Almost, I can make something out, some vague meaning. A regret, or kindness, maybe grief. But beneath it all is a destabilizing pain. My vision blurs until I can shake these tendrils from my mind's eye. I cannot understand it truly, and I think I must not. Could this feeling itself be a sign of some parasite biting into my flesh? Bekoa still does not move, gesturing in welcome towards the door. Does she want us to see what she has done? Or perhaps she wants us to enter to accept our debts? Is she stupid? I will repay this insult. All of this slaughter is your doing. Speak clearly, or I will tear you apart. Bosco must have come to a similar conclusion, for he speaks with rage. Something with reason clearly lingers within this shape, for it is taken aback by his words. These are not mindless husks we face now, but they cannot be any more than parasites. No Kou will ever abide this tragedy. In his anger, The Okidoya grew silent. Bekoa's receptors convey a sort of frustration, maybe. It is always difficult to tell with Jude from afar. The pause is heavy, all of us frozen in uncertainty. It speaks again, not in words, with visions and memory. A stance too far. A sharp lean pierces through my chest. I collapse into the rising spire blood. Here again. My mind recoils as it passes, already sleeping from memory. A memory of death, perhaps a threat. Bosco lacks my confusion. He is shocked, frozen. You? How? Bekoa's attention shifts from Bosco to our golem. Another vision comes, stronger, louder, clearer. I lay upon the ascension catafalques, gazing up into Velsi's eye. Catafalques, it says. Partial translation implied closest cultural equivalent. The Jot hands me a mind core connector and then one to my theory. I sense fear for our entangled receptors and I laugh. Embracing death is a strange idea, but we know there is nothing to be afraid of. I cannot discern any words from here. May. So I say, Tiri, do not be so nervous. I am here with you, and we will begin anew together. See you again. I must physically shake the vision away, reflexively gripping my head. Attempting to speak with this entity is pointless. It is a babble of disjointed memory fragments. Like a social parasite throwing out what it has seized in hopes of fooling us. Bekoa, if you have any sense at all, yield the core, we can still stop. A dull pulse flares through the room, blinding me briefly. That was the golem. Already, it hovers aggressively towards our foe. It'll stop! Susukri! Attack, destroy this thing! The shared sense of righteousness, vengeance is almost overpowering. Before any of us can parse the situation, the golem is already upon Bekoa. Its other gauntlet swinging and glowing, preparing another destructive dull pulse. Bekoa is unharmed from the first blast. What will a second do? Itzil, we must be rational. No more of this. You all know it is no different from our home. An infestation and mimicry. Immediately, once close enough, Bekoa seizes the charging gauntlet. Then the other, almost without effort, and at once both are torn away, thrown aside, exploding violently against the walls. Bekoa's claws part the impenetrable chassis of the golem effortlessly. Oh fuck! Leaving an irreparable split that sends it to the ground with a heavy thud. Such is its weight that the head, no longer sustained, crushes its connector as it strikes the ground. Carix scurries away, having escaped the viscera, retreating into the opposite hall out of wild fear. But Itzil is held in Bekoa's claw. No! Help me! I sense strain from Gakbu through our connection. What? I cannot do anything to Bekoa. My groundsminder is not working, not like the others. There is something there, but it is... I do not know, I cannot grasp it. If I throw a bomb now, I might just hit Itzil. Then it falls to direct force. Bosco, follow close behind me quickly. And grant a distant eye, Milza. And at approaching each means, God fucking damn it. My approach is like moving through a hopeless nightmare. Bosco is not far behind. And while I nearly reach them, as if preempting our attack, Bekoa turns to face me and Bosco. Snooze it when it's close to 30 seconds. The Okidoya suddenly screams in my mind, through all of my senses, steering my focus away from reality. Away from the time stopper where I cannot hear the panic of my friends. Away from anything at all, any sensation. At once commanding a collapse of my corru body. Together again? Question mark. By the time my limbs respawn again, I still live, but it is too late. Its seal is melted in Bekoa's claws, joining with the light. Their shrieking fades into an overjoyed laughter, distorting metallically. Before I feel their voice join in the same senseless okidoya, there is nothing left. Slowly I stand, but to strike directly, will this not ensure the same fate? Was she not entirely unaffected by our greatest weapon? The others must have come to the same conclusion, for they linger at a distance. Bosco helps me up, similarly recovered but does not move closer, while Bekoa lowers her claws, becoming unmoving, expectant like before. She is near, too close, yet she does not strike us. Her eyes passes from me and scans over the remaining survivors, and the chamber hangs in heavy silence. Finally, I feel the connection of the time stopper come into focus again. My mind recovered, limbs now frozen with my own fear. Aki said, "Respawn. I am fine. Do not approach." Aki said, "Bosco, get back, please." How is she doing this? She turned her gaze upon me, and like before, I sense no hostility. I cannot bring myself to move. She effortlessly destroyed our most powerful weapon, a key in our plan, and she could clearly kill us all with even less effort. But she does not? Is this an attempt to lower our defenses? What defenses? What can we even do? In the outline of Bekoa's receptors, I see an outward bend, a deep sadness. Something about it strikes my heart, stirring a memory. Rosek Seshke, weeping for our father, declining a mind core in his final moments. Why? What do you want? From this close, I can see the subtlest change in her warped receptors. Her sadness becomes conflicted, tense, and her gaze passes over us. What is running through her mind? Fuck, the ad started. What? But we snoozed it. Fucking damn it. Oh, you missed a snooze? Oh. Well, I guess we're going to do a forceful ad break. That sucks. God damn it, Twitch. I wish there could be a way to like remove ads permanently. Because pre-rolls suck because new people don't get to enjoy the stream until usually they lose interest before they even get to finish the ads. And mid-rolls, you know, you have to plan your gameplay around having a break every 1 hour. So fuck damn it. Fuck you, Twitch. Ad break. Here we go. Okay, outbreak is over. That was unfortunate. Let's continue. Let's see. Let me repeat the last few lines, just in case. Rosesk, weeping for our father, declining a minecore in his final moments. Why? What do you want? From this close, I can see the subtlest change in her warp receptors. Her sadness becomes conflicted, tense, and her gaze passes over us. What is running through her mind? Whose mind is it? Bekoa will surely never act with such malice. Resigned to some decision, she casts her eye onto me in a sharp motion, and the chamber closes into itself, the space warping in a way my eyes fail to grasp. It feels as if we had each been struck by a sweeping limb, sending us away into a chaotic fall into the noise and color beyond the walls. And then we tumble out of a warp door into the remains of a hall. Everyone seems to have landed with me, even Tosik. Carrick is already here at the far end, pacing in a strange darkness that resembles physical reality. If they are here, then it must be the former entry hall to the Dull Mine. It is quiet, strangely so. Expecting an attack, we ascend and gather near Carrie quickly. The other end still twists maddeningly. I can hardly believe we came from that. And so we stand ready to fight, for long enough that it becomes clear that Bekoa is not following us. Why? Whatever the reason, we have a moment of peace to plan again, maybe. But no plan comes to me. No one speaks, and still no foe pursues us. The imperceptible tendrils of the ceremony ride patiently, just out of reach. What do we do? What can we do? I can't believe it. Dude, I keep going over what you just ran through, but there's basically no incoherence here. This is real, this happened. Dull plane shit was always over my head, but this is something else. Sorry, keep going, get everything you can. Just let me know if you want to talk about anything. Warning, extensive interaction approaching. Interact with proceed marker to advance. Well, I guess we can have a chat. Yeah, the imperceptible quote-unquote tendrils that I can see on the floor. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy! Norit wants to talk. Big plot stuff incoming, by the way. Well, good thing we had a ad break. Nobody wants to talk. Nobody can talk. Everyone is fucking scared. And we no longer have the golem. Itzel is gone. Proceed. Finding every door to be inactive or warped, trapped in this dead end, we convene near the inoperable Dull Mine entrance. From it pulls black spire blood, implying a collapse within. It obscures the luminescent floor pigmentation, leaving us with sparse ambient light. We are lit only by the window and the horrific dull light of the overlap. Bosco watches over the path behind us, while Tosik has started to stand, still looking ill. He raises a claw to say that he is fine. Kavik still moves to examine him, but then freezes in shock, checking his own connector frantically. He is the first to speak, sharing what we all began to realize. The time stopper. It is not responding. He grips his connector, removing it from his receptor and replacing it. A few others try it too. Is anyone still connected? It could not have been destroyed, we would have felt it. Nothing. I felt it stop after we fled, but I had hoped it was just a flicker. Or one remaining advantage, gone. Could Bekoa have noticed our use of it? Somehow diverted focus from the ceremony to seize it? We must assume it to be lost then. What do we still have? Bekoa's creatures will be upon us eventually. The team turns over their tools. We still hold a variety of items and weapons. Bosco and I have decent capability, and Milsa has good reaction times. But we need a wealth of independent combat experience between all of us. We will stand little chance. Not to mention the impossible nature of our foe. Bekoa is unstoppable, untouchable, and the foes that precede her were formed from the air itself, illusions, like specters left upon the stage by those she has claimed. But did she really want to hurt us? No, that is a stupid question. She obviously does. Why else would she have killed Itzel? But she let us leave. I was right there, Karik too. And yet she chose to send us here and not give chase. At that corner where she holds a clear advantage? It does not make any sense. Whatever the truth may be, the result is clear enough. She or her likeness is still an enemy that must be dealt with. I start to consider our options with the rest of our team in silence. But all at once, the guilt of what has happened falls upon me again. If this place is to be our graves, if we are to be usurped by parasites, they must at least know what has dragged them down into this pit with me. The truth. My friends, their attention snaps to me, as if expecting me to spout another spirited plan. But their hopes fading are plain to see as they process my tone and see my tightly twisted receptors. I must tell you something. Before, when we discovered the spike in the call, a few gazes later, a self-delivered message found my quarters. It was a threat, something to truly ensure I did not speak. Why me? I do not know, but you must recall how strangely I acted. I wanted to find who it was, or if anyone else had received something like it. If any of it was real. But I was the only recipient, and as far as I could tell, as far as I could see. So I crept into the materials segment and fetched an archive design, a converter between our thoughts and dead metal, for the Cousins technology. I had it constructed, I shared it with my right contact, and it worked, so I continued a branch of our work in secret. Most look upon me with confused worry, surely baffled at the relevance of this. But Gatbu's receptors stand in shock. I bring a claw over my eyes as I continue, the weight of my words difficult enough to carry. I thought I could trust our cousin's word, that they would help me. And they did. We found the exact origin point of the call, but I told them not to go until I had completed my preparations. Once we destroyed the Dulcica, I was able to get in touch with my envoy, and he said, just before all of this started, with not consulting me, or even him and his team, someone in his hierarchy used our findings. They sent something to the origin. And then, surely not by coincidence, this disaster began. This attack, all of this, my actions must have been the spark. How many deaths now must find my root in my claws? As if I were the carrier that brought this infestation home. That is why you were so scared. Aki said, why did you not let me help? I was right there. After the message and knowing I was alone, all looked like saboteurs to me. Like anyone I shared this with could split their face into teeth. Once you knew, and it was clear you were not one of them. This is a common idiom, reveal a hidden nature, negative parasitic implication. I could only keep you away to ensure your safety, but now I know this cannot be the doing of any group, any saboteur. No Oves could do this. It is unconscionable. Hey, Poilapan, welcome. This is beyond all of us somehow. It must be. Bosco lingers between us and the way we came. Turn away. Milsa's receptors are like fists, her head finding support in her claws. Gavik sits against the inner wall, uncertain. More specifically, it refers to Susukri. Yeah, that's what I think it is as well. But Gakbu? She paces, her eyes and receptors conveying some deep, troubled thought. Some weight of her own, not unlike mine. Did she get a message too? At last, she stops. What was the threat you received? It warned of some vague conflict. About a two-sided storm that swirled around the embassy. That the cult's origins was already truly known, despite our research continuing for some reason, and that they kill for their secrets. It shared only enough to ensure my trust could never find grasp again. Every word darkens her gaze. They broke the veil. I'll focus upon her. Though Milsa's attention is most striking. For the first time since we arrived, she seems truly present. Once we spoke about that cyst, you acted so strangely. The lack of progress, your absence and detachment, you started becoming like me. But it all makes sense now. She pauses, choosing to find support against the ground's minery chamber window. Gaze cast down to the sludge of the broken door. Whatever she's about to do is difficult for her too. This was not your fault, Aki said. Whoever left that message wanted to protect you, I am sure. But there is more happening than you know. If we are to die down here, then why not tear away the rest of the veil they tarnish? She pauses, forming a cynical, mischievous twist in her receptors. You will not hold conflict, will you, Milsa? Let us speak plainly. An unexpected shift of focus to Milsa, terrified, but realization is plain in her receptors, like a weight has been lifted from them. But there is an urgency in her voice, countering some implicit accusation. Spilling forth as stone is in a collapsing cave. What? No, listen, Gakbu, everyone. You must know this was never a part of any plan. None that I knew, none that I will support. Relax, I know. We may be opposed, but it is clear that we are not foes here. Your terror was enough to tell me this is not simply a part of some greater plan. This is bloodshed far beyond even your madness. Milsa is quieted, sat against the wall in a nervous ball. Guilt is plain in her receptors and she averts our gazes. But Gakbu, after all this time, she has been part of this conflict. And how confidently she speaks. I can only remain silent. To die knowing the truth will be enough. It is hard to find a place to begin, especially with what time we may have. But the message was truthful, like he said. There is something in the ocean here. It is often called the meteorite, if only to avoid evoking its true nature in communications. All evidence points to it being a corrusistic entity, as you probably expect. But it is so much more than that. To just call it an entity does not encompass all that it could be. You see, when we first arrived, a critical piece of evidence was found and hidden. Embedded deep into this bright ocean's floor were long dead veins of corru. I never got to see them myself, but I accessed some recorded experiences and their enormity was truly chilling. They were not senseless growth either. Some examination showed fossilized organ structures, clearly part of something greater, broken off by drift into stone. Yes, the meteorite has been dormant here for a very, very long time. But how long and where its true center lies now, these things are beyond us. Beyond us. However, enough is known that we are certain. Whatever it is, wherever it is, it must be the source of the call. And it must be larger than any corrusistic life we have ever known. So Tosik's theory was right then. The call, it really is raw thought? What could it possibly be trying to communicate? Gagwood gives a negative twist of her receptors. Our eyes are close to this as well. That is why our research is still matter. Having sharp minds upon it, unbiased by these facts, was deemed beneficial. Even if it meant an eventual induction for those involved. And such a shame too. That would have been an easy way in. But there is a leading theory. It supposes that the call is one begging for help. that whatever this broken entity is, it is starving alone. Crying out on a timescale well beyond our comprehension. Somehow knowing we are here to find it. Sorry to interrupt, but I do not understand. Why would this be worth killing over? This is hardly a secret. I have even heard this theory in the collective. Not that it is so large, but still, that it is some stranded, starving corru. Gagbu chuckles coldly as she gestured towards Milsa, whose discomfort has only grown in all of this. Well, her congregation leaders and council members, among them, have latched onto the idea that the meteorite is some great mind, sleeping or wounded or otherwise incapacitated, and that we are somehow its inheritors. That if we can heal it, returning to health, it will oblige us, and join our minds into something infinitely more powerful than anyone, forever advancing beyond that together. A friend. One that must be protected from bad actors until it is ready. So theories may circulate, but they will never afford a runner to leave. Archaic revolutionary title, partial translation, inherited description generator noun. They call revolutionary strut runners. Is it like whistleblower? A strut runner. Some kind of whistleblower, I suppose. Gagbu pauses, and Milsas does not object. She scoffs before bitterly continuing. What an intoxicating dream. If the meteorite or its call were to seize our minds, if it finds us, our devices, if it ever really sees us. Her gaze shifts to the warped end of the hall, fading into the overlap. Then to Tosik and the wounds we are still tending. Well, here we are. With this attack, this seizing of the court, the embassy, this is only a demonstration of what may come. To it, we must be specks of misplaced flesh, lost and wandering. The naivety to think such a creature so far beyond us will be kind enough to let us continue as we are. No, it will seize everything, our bodies, our minds, our constructs. Sure to discard whatever may lie within to feed itself. And to say nothing of what may come against bright cousins and our larval king. Velsi will have no more actors for his stage. It must be destroyed. With incensed receptors, Milsa rises to her feet. You're blind. Why will it call out so specifically for us if it did not know what we truly were? And to think of what this means, our symbiosis, to be able to extract our minds as we do. We are born from it, meant for it, we have to be. Which is why this is all so wrong. Do you think I am inviting the fate? Gagbu laughs, brag with stress. We are minuscule coal, alone at the bottom of a collapsing spire. There is no point in arguing, for Tien is here before us, grasping at us through the dull plane. Just down the hall, Milta. What must be the meteorite's hideous mind is wielding the images of our fallen, wearing Bekoa's face as a Susukri would. Look now upon the fruits of the council's hubris and despair. Perhaps we should just embrace it and be done with it all. That way we will all at least know who was right, yeah? But of course, we should wait and see where this contrivance takes us. If the meteorite is so kind, it will surely be a paradise, full of little helpers to free us from the sludge we will be buried under. Her jabs are enough to draw me from my chuck. This bitter sarcasm is a poor mask for her fear. Gagbu, this is not over. We have options. Before I can continue, Tosik speaks with some strain. His voice carries a strange, quiet static it did not have before. This explains the public record. Perhaps it has altered right. It was altered right before after the spike we noticed for this veil. And what does this really mean? About us, you know, where we come from and how it got here. Milsa and Gagbu both express exhaustion in stance and receptor, briefly meeting cases. All that is known and unknown is too vast to cover in the time we have. We will be killed by Bekoa or consumed by her contrivance before you come to understand even a sliver. Besides, what does it matter? Gagbu is right about one thing. We will either be dead and gone soon, or we will find ourselves within the mine of the meteorite. And all that might entail, Aki said. This second veil exists, or existed, for a reason. I cannot let you think that you are truly to blame here. The fault for this madness lies within the one who threatened you. But even then, the storm was only growing as the cold went on. Belsi will have let it spill forth into consequence one way or another. I should feel relief, but like the others, I do not even know what to say. It is the nature of a tear to forgive like this, after all. Her comfort is hollow, as is Gagbu's. How can I accept this, while we drown in the blood of our friends? No, this tragedy would not have happened without me. This is fascinating. But how long have we been talking? As if pulled from a dream, my spiral of despair slows enough that I might look around. The contrivance has not formed, nor have any foes found us. Has it not been long enough? Why do the tendrils of the ceremony still wait for us? And Bekoa, is her method of attack not instantaneous? Is she not fatal to even touch? Does she just not care to pursue us? No sign of entry. They have not touched the door. Wait, communications are silent too. There is no disruption, even with the overlap right next to us. Gagbu turns to face the blinding absence beyond the window. Yes, I was so preoccupied, I did not notice how quiet it has become. How is that possible? Is this Bekoa's doing, her focus shifting maybe? Kavik suddenly perks up. Apparently there is a possibility of that zombie spawn in the nether in Minecraft. Sorry, continuing. Kavik suddenly perks up, shuffling towards the sludge door. He feels at it, then even placing his head against it to focus his hearing. Oh, wow. It is not her. It is a silence. From Tosik and Gagbu, even Karik, rising from their corner, I see the first sign of hope. They stand in preparation, as if Kavik has just formed a new plan. What do you mean? A silence? I should have known. Dull mines always have silent spires, but they are so rarely used. That explains why the dull mine was gone. And the time stopper. Aki said, silencers are artificial shapes within the dull plane, designed to be isolated from all other connection. You can think of them like bubbles or cages. They must be entered physically, you see. And they always must be maintained with active constructs. I see. So, there may be other survivors sheltering here? All eyes turn to the broken door. The spire blood that oozes from it is surely a facade, or maybe the result of a rogue barricade. So in another word, we set upon it. Bosco is slow to move from his post, but his strength will serve well in prying open a path. There must be someone. Extensive interaction continues. Interact with proceed marker to advance. You got all that, right? Yeah. Jesus, dude. We can talk about it later, but I made sure to mark that part in my logs. This is getting nuclear. Keep going. Safe. Hey Mir, should I be concerned by this game? Concerned in what way? What should be there for you to be concerned about? Do you know what this game is? This is a game right now you're witnessing giga, triple, ultra, omega spoilers. If you don't know what this game is and you're interested, you should mute the stream and look away. If you want to give me the view and lurk, fine, but do not perceive, do not interact, do not see, do not hear. In all the ways, it seems tense. I've been listening to you for about 10 minutes. I don't know the game. Okay. I'm gonna give you a very quick summary. You are a human researcher who is interacting with an alien computer to excavate what happened to the owner of that computer. You have a neural interface that allows you to connect to this computer, and it is your job to dig around this alien computer that functions like a brain, like a full neural interface, using your own mind, and you are constantly digging through these memories and informations from these alien personalities, trying to piece together what happened. It's really good, and where I am right now, it's a spoiler nuke. This is a spoiler nuke. So if you're interested, be very careful with with watching my stream. We are going to proceed. This is episode 4. There is a lot of shit exploding right now that has been building up from episode 1, 2, and 3. After some headway is made, and with a great crash, the doors are forced open. We are greeted with a comforting darkness, granted by sludge obscuring the floor lights. The door's damage was an illusion. Furniture had been piled against it, and sludge, appearing like a collapse room to the outside. Perhaps to trick Beko as golems, should any have remained? A wall is raised, some operational feature of the dull mine. Since almost the beginning of the game, this was a reference back to the interview. Yes. Another chamber lies behind the light of its central gap, giving off a constant hum. So we slowly enter the clearing, wary of any more incorporeal foes. Hello? Just as I spoke, a cow, a once jut, clearly intact and alive, leaps out of the gap, pointing and crumbling, flickering the sailor at us. It is so warm, I cannot tell if it even has a single use left. But our appearance disarms her, for she must have expected hostile golems. Oh, hi! By the way, this is not what the aliens look like. These shapes you see, these are avatars, because the memories are so damaged that they cannot be constructed properly. So the AI that runs this computer is piecing together avatars for the characters in the memories based on basically what these characters use on their alien internet. Basically their alien their VR avatars is what you're looking at. This is not what the aliens look like, this is what the alien look like on their internet. Alien messenger. No, I think it's more like VR chat or something. It's like they have this intricate artisanal looking frames and avatars and stuff. With our appearances armed hers, for she must have expected hostile golems. Oh, hi. How did you get here? Is there Fursonas? Yeah, basically. A friend, at last. Relief overtakes me. But just as I move to respond, she speaks up again. Well, we should not speak in this hall. Come, this way. She lazily recedes into the wall section, oddly unconcerned by her ruined barricade. We exchange glances, hopeful, if confused, and scurry through after her. Though this place appears warped at first, it is merely a projection. Some impression of the dull beyond, imprinted upon the walls and floor. At the opposite end are piles of golem corpses and containers dissected and cast aside, clearly having their organs and critical components removed. Much haphazard work has been done here, and recently, the only intact device that remains is the narrow obelisk in the center of the chamber, and the strange pod entrances that loom over us. Ahaha! Welcome, welcome! Sorry, I did not hear you sooner. Are any of you hurt? Here, take this. She fishes through the containers. retorting with some restoratives and sphere. Tosik, still unsteady, takes them with an appreciative nod of his receptors, quickly moving to address our wounds and feed our limbs. She seems interested in his wounded state, immediately taking notice that something ails him. The eye of a Jute, I suppose. Thanks. Haha! We have plenty! It is no bother. Besides, it is obvious to anyone that you need them far more. She dismissively waves at a receptor, backing away to sit atop the containers. I am Idril. How did you all get here? This Jute. She speaks so strangely, like she has just awoken from a great sleep. With such sluggish movements. How has she survived so long? Well, we seized a movement and descended to stop the attack. Hal thought we will simply need to seize the core to stop all of this. We did not anticipate a ceremony, and now we are not sure what to do. Fighters! If only you had been here earlier. But no, this fight will not be won with force anymore. There is no despair in her voice, more like wistfulness. It is inspired by the same lack of concern that initially unsettled me. Has she been self-modifying? Is this a response to the tragedy? Ignorant, Kavik excitedly weaves around her work. You took out these golems yourself? And these containers, such a wealth! Dull bones, wipe echo cores, some chaining connectors. What are you making? Oh yeah, silencing spires. You see, me and the others, we had this big plan. We are going to enclose the groundsminder core in a silence, then retake it. And we actually did make a lot of them. We even had half of our team go up into the spine, placing them in the archives overhead. But once the ceremony truly started, well, it grew too large, too fast, to feasibly contain. Our spires are probably only slowing it down now. Hey, what is your name? I feel I have seen you before. I am Kavik, Cal Research Technician. Although I did work on the Life Pod project for a time. Oh, well met, my friend. Welcome to the Dull Mine. Yes, that must have been where I saw you. I often checked in from the side here. From my side here. She gestures towards the entry overhead with a flourish. But enough of this pointless chatter. She's too quick to deviate in this time of crisis. Idril, you say we, others, but where are they? Oh, right. Well, it had been me and some other co. Some from here, some descenders from above. We all wanted to retake the core and stop the attack. But yeah, our plan failed. The spine team disappeared, and most of us died. Now it is just me and Abel. She's just looking for another way to stop this, or maybe escape. I do not really know. She shrugs, listless. Me, I have just been watching. What is visible of the ceremony from my Dulima pod, it is very pretty. Specialized control devices used in dull engineering, hazardous to the mind if used without preparation. Partial translation. Oh, I think she's I think she's on drugs right now. I'm gonna drink some water. Give me a second. My throat is itchy. Too much speaking. Okay. My throat feels a little bit better. Like a parasite ball blooming out from a dead beast, curdling around the framework of the embassy's dull connections. You can take a look with it if you want. It is still open. Use not the third one. In fact, you should probably not touch that one at all. It did catch my eye before, being the only sludge pod. How strange that she is so wary of it. But then I look to Milza, who busily grows concerned over its contents. Yet where I feel she might step in, offering some guiding compassion, Gakbu speaks in place, carrying a less friendly suspicion. If you're placing silencing spires, you must have known the ceremony was going to happen. How do you figure that out? Well, I was still using my Dulima pod here when the attack started. and I had this silencing spire active and the safety walls up, for I was focusing on fixing a troublesome stray organ. So I guess I did not notice for a while. Not until other co started to shelter in here, telling me what was happening. And then when I finally looked outside the silence, I could see the corpse prying at the dull plane, preparing to open a gate. Which immediately revealed a problem. The core does not usually have a gate-capable organ. And from what the authors told me, every resource was starting to get pulled down here. These two facts are enough to know the core is being used in a very, very bad way. So I just started doing my job. And that is what the point of the dull mine is, after all, to deal with dull issues. Or was. The silencing spires would have been a start to contain it, but if we were just a little bit faster. So you gave up? Is there no way to stop this? Oh, sure there is. The core has been siphoning resources from every connection it has. Mainly the spine and the heart, which is why the spine is suffering. We will just have to sever the core from its resources. Probably with bombs, which we have the materials for right here. Or silencing spires use a great deal of unstable components from local golems. Then Bekwa, if she has any sense at all, which I am not sure of anymore, honestly, she should stop the ceremony or risk starving the core to death, because she needs it to do whatever she's doing. But what is the point of all that if we have to break the spine connections, you know? Without spine, we cannot do structure-wide instructions, even if we seize the core. So the spine is going to collapse on all of us anyway. Maybe it is best if we let the contrivance form and whisk us away. The embassy will still collapse on itself afterwards, but who knows where it will go. Maybe it is nice, and we might even leave. Oh, but wait. If you have a move friend, maybe we should get out of here instead. She speaks as if the decision were no more than a plan for the next meal, and awaits my response with the most idle curiosity in the tilt of her receptors. With both of our plans in ruins, is there really no option? It truly sounds like we can only flee. Leave behind a cave city worth of code to be devoured. Across my team, the sentiment is so low. Everyone is of like mind, but I cannot let this rest. I must find a way to at least help anyone still alive. We will just need to wait for Tellu to get back first. Yes, she has been so worried ever since our plans fell through. Once she finds your move friend, she will probably come to get me too. Or maybe she just lives without me. I do not think she likes me very much. We modified it to listen only to us. That will not happen. Garrick's silence is finally broken. Their voice swells with even more hope. Tell you? She leaves? Aki said, this is my belle friend, the one I told you about. She works in materials, that is a long way to descend. Imagine how much she must have fucked through without a time stopper. That is Telly, alright. Sun Spirit returns to Carrick, standing taller. As tall as a minecore might, at least. Uh-huh. She is somewhere around here. Oh, what? Time stopper? That is what those connectors are? Wow, you're so lucky. I only ever got to use it once. Anyway, that gives me an idea. If you do not want to use flee, and you really want to stop this, then bombs are not such a bad idea. How does that make a difference? The spine connections will still be broken, yes? Right, but the time stopper is pretty powerful. Is it maybe the third or fourth grandest system to Spire? Something like that. And as you know, it even comes with robust dull connections. So whoever enters the core after we take it back, they could use the core strength and authority to reform it into a big relay. Something that can claw around in the dull to find and connect to the spine. Then it will serve as a very loud, angry and distant vertebra. Obviously that is not ideal and really not something that should be done, ever. But we are past that now, right? This is insane. Idril, how difficult is that? Is it something we can do quickly? What I am really asking, is it actually feasible? Oh sure, the core comes with all sorts of natural impulses and knowledge. Between that and the time stopper strength, anyone could do it pretty fast. It will not be as strong of a connection, so you will not get very fine control. But it might be enough. And if Bekoa chooses to keep the ceremony going and at risk of starving the core, oh, then we run for the movement and try to get out. Because that will be it. Immediately I turn to the others. Out of everyone, Tosik stands out, staying himself against a container, distracted. He notices my gaze and dips his receptors affirmatively. Insane as it may be, it makes sense, even allowing for an escape plan. Everyone else is similarly stirred by the possibility. Even Bosco, whose receptors plainly curved with hope again for the first time. If that is our only chance, even with the risk. Yes, we will do it. Okay. Kavik, come help me link these together. We will need to make some pretty strong explosives. We should have them form little silences around themselves until they detonate. In the dull plane, small silences are impossible to notice from the outside. So they should totally slip the ground's mind's eye. Oh yes, perfect. Let us do that. And then we can also put each in one of these containers so that they are more disguised. Ah, smart, yes. Oh, one issue, the structure. If we detonate the spine and heart, will this not totally collapse their chambers? It sure will. That is why we will have a little detonation cyst to remotely activate them. No, I mean, what if... Kavik, do not worry. The ground's mind segment is built out of a rigid pale corru shell. And within it, each chamber is totally isolated at safety precaution. It is standard for vertical spires. The chambers will collapse, but all it will do is block our paths. But the spine and heart are adjacent, so we will have a path no matter what. Alright! Kavik follows Idril's lead, leaning over the containers to pick out components. As Idril begins to connect cysts, Kavik pushes containers closer. It will not take long to prepare, so ready yourself. The spine is used down the next corridor. Plant a bomb there, do the same in the heart. Then circle around and detonate from the desert mine, yes? It will probably be safest there, since it is opposite to our targets. I see. Alright, the path is clear enough. We're aligned in Idril. But the time stopper is not responding. I fear entering this silence may have broken our connection. Oh no, it is fine. It does not work like that. Direct connections are more like terrors. We are still connected since we entered the silence on this side. But think of it like the terrors are bunched up on the outside of the silence. And they will spring back to us as soon as we leave. It will be a little unpleasant. Oh, what fortune. I see, I think. Thank you, Kavik. With all of these revelations, all of this planning, we have barely checked in with Tosik. It truly does not look well. His cold body is still strangely warped in the slightest way. Hard to place, but enough to notice. But he has not spoken of either. He has not spoken of it at all. Nor of what he saw upon connection. Something is eating at him, both physically and mentally. Even though Idril has set to work with Kavik, I must ask. Idril, did any of your team try to use the lesser mind? She pauses. Kavik at first picking up the slacks, but soon noticing her apprehension. Yes. 2, no, 3 of the others were lost. Tried to use them. She slowly returns to her process, merging some cysts together, returning her gaze to me only through a sidelong glance from the corner of her eye. That is what happened to your youth friend, right? Sorry, I was waiting for a good time to bring it up. We call it the contact affliction. I am still not really sure what actually causes it, but anyone who tried to connect to the core directly got it. They started to feel strange, like a larval illness. Organs started to fuse, then they enter a dreamlike state. One of them felt better for a little while and even seemed stronger. Uh-oh. But then, well, they started speaking madness and we did not let anyone get past that point. She grows quiet again, turning up towards the third pod. Then me. Then Tosik speaking to him directly. Listen. Once it starts to get bad, you should disconnect from the time stopper. Just in case, okay? If you can find a spare mine core somewhere, maybe try doing an emergency renewal. But we did not. Across our team, a new dread grips all of us. There was at least some peace in knowing final death will be quick before. Tosik is least deserving of this. How could we have been so careless? And after all that talk of infection too, this deadly state of ours has made us too sure of our own resilience. He only slowly dips his receptors in response. Perhaps if we act quickly enough, we may find some help for him after our success. Gagbu approaches him, speaking quietly. Some reassurances, I am certain. Despite this Senruka looming over us, our new path shines ahead. Senruka. In translation failed, cause, no equivalent internal meaning, no relevant inherited context, romanization successful. So you may see some the text in the game sometimes looks like this. This is your mind spike, your device that you are using to connect to the alien computer, trying its best to translate some of the alien language, either failing or succeeding or doing the best possible translation it can do. Like deadly implies altered living state, but this does not mean that they are dead. It's because they call it dead. The aliens have basically become robots made of the same technology they use for their computers. Deadly state means that they die in the real bodies to transfer their minds to this, let's just say metallic creatures they use as brains, as computers, something like that. So this word did fail. Oh, Celine is gonna make tea. There's gonna be noise. Despite this Senruka looming over us, our new path shines ahead. After all, it would have been unlike Belsi to merely crush our hopes. You can see Belsi here is inherited context, God. What they call Belsi is a sun in their original star system. They call that sun their god, and that their god has a very bad sense of humor. Because shit happens, and they usually say it's Belsi having a jiggle. Belsi is having a laugh at their expense. Just God having a laugh when something bad happens to you. All we need to do is go out, fight, place these explosives, and retake the core. I only hope this is not another cruel feint. Notice, mark entities contain dialogue unique to this stream segment. Advice, interact before advancing. Utilize proceed entity to save or advance stream. Let us prepare and chat. Okay, we can talk to people now. We lost. Silencing Spire. Purported to project a thin denial structure into the dull plane. Specifics of technology beyond my understanding. Dulima pod. Connects to entwined maintenance drone within dull plane. Suspends physical senses in favor of approximations of dull perception. Approximations to dull perception. Well, this one is completely fucked up. This one is fine. Okay, let's talk to people. Let's talk to Tosik, who is definitely doing fine. Tosik and Gagbu linger near the operational shield. By their stances in the aftermath of some quiet and green conversation. Perhaps it is not the best time, but I must check in. Friends, Tosik, How beholds you? Hello, Aki said. This is an expression. Inherited context, common idiom, religious implication. How does Belsi's gaze behold you? Hello, Aki said. We were just speaking of our interim grounds mine. Our plan for recovery. Should this new approach work? What of it? Is there a best course you have decided? The silence that follows is sharp enough to carve a mural. What? What is the issue? It is not just a matter of structural knowledge anymore. The time stopper will need to be reshaped. The grounds mind will need to learn the core quickly. Idril downplays the complexity involved. What needs to be done is advanced engineering that none of us are readily equipped for. Gagbu is good with instruction, but her expertise will be better served on foot. If we can halt the collapse for long enough, we will need her to help with the areas that Groundsmindery can no longer reach. You saw two Spine's outages. I fear Kabik will crumble under this pressure. He has never done well with it. Idril has a sparse connection to reality. Everyone else is not even close to an acceptable level of corrusistic engineering knowledge. The only choice, the only real choice, is me, Aki said. And now I have somehow contracted the only co-illness in history, which apparently tears down its victims to pure madness within wings. I look to Gagbu for anything else, some other like to look to, would get only a resigned twist from her receptors. Then, we do not flee. I am dead either way, you know this. With no guarantee of a cure, especially in whatever madness may persist outside, I will not die a coward. Funny as it may seem, it is the same for me. If we leave, with what I have done and shared with you all, I will certainly be killed for my traitorous actions. So if my death is as certain, then why not risk it? Why not risk it all? Belsi and all beyond the stage will applaud this ridiculous plan. Doubly so, if it actually works. If we are the ones to do it, then it will. Both of you, everyone with us. There is no other assembly I will trust with this task. But we must hurry. Milza and Karik linger near the Dulima pots. There is some quiet, somber chatter between them. As I approach, they both briefly glance at me in acknowledgement, but Karik continues with a small voice. It felt like we were getting somewhere. I am no Tyr, right? I have never had to help someone deal with it. Especially not a direct mental connection. But I am no stranger to it either. My father fought with the same separation trauma after my mother passed. Me and my sisters and brothers, it was like we became invisible to him. He told me once that it was like the world was fading around him. An eye torn from his head. And it passed within eyes, quiet, no, not ill, just unable to continue. So yes, I am fine, and I know it was not my fault. It just feels unfair. Really, the only way it checks out to being fair is if you are right about all this. Karik pauses, and while it is a natural place for Milza to speak, she is hesitant, picking words very carefully, more than she might have normally. Is it because I have approach? I think no less of her. I showed this plainly to her in the loose shape of my receptors. She is still no enemy. Maybe that is what she needed to continue. That is what I want to believe, Karik. Whatever it is in there, or somewhere else beyond Belsi's stage, in the end our lives and deaths are only dreams. And whatever it is that makes us up, it returns to the same place when we wake. Surely to dream again in time. There is a silence, an end to what must have been Milza's check-in with Karik. It is good that she did. She has been the true navigator of Itzil's situation. Their attention turns to me, and I dip my receptors in greeting. Forgive my intrusion. We will need to move again soon, so I wanted to see if either of you needed help. Well, a new body will do. None of the golems here are suitable. They have all been thoroughly gutted. I feel useless. Nonsense. Even when you're a body, your structural knowledge has proven to be vital. Perhaps even more than your fighting ability, not that it is lacking. But if you stay and coordinate with Idril, this new plan will be unstoppable. Ah, you have a point. Idril seems clever, but I can tell by her voice. She is sleepwalking. It is like she cannot tell the air from the walls. Not that it is any easier for me in these warp spaces. But if I help ration the explosives that remain so that each explosive is used strong enough to take out the spine, the heart, ideally only half of the lesser mind, that we might pass through it again. Yes, I suppose my knowledge will be well placed. Here. Haha, Akiset. You are quite skilled at finding the light between the veiled stalks. If only to cope with this situation. Thank you. And Milsa? Are you prepared to continue with our plan? Without any doubt, Akiset. It is true that I dream of a peaceful joining with the meteorite. But this is not how it should be. Agreed. Two people left to talk, but we have an ad. We have an ad break. Is the ad break already active? It's starting in 20 seconds. I'm gonna start it manually, so we don't get interrupted in the next section. Also, Celine is making new tea because my throat is melting. Okay, here we go. Ad break. Okay, ad break is over. We are back. Let's continue these conversations. No, let's do Idril. Idril. Kavik and Idril have organized some of the dead containers nearby, operating upon an open one. Nearby, piles of organized cysts lie on the ground. Their work is almost worthless as dull-colored cysts are placed within and connected to one another. In my observation, I lingered near enough to gain their attention, but it does not halt their efforts. Hi, Aki said. Was there something else you needed? Oh, this is a big one. How is this happening? Idril, given your expertise, perhaps you know. How is it that the core is able to do this? It surely was never equipped to act as a catalyst for a ceremony. No, of course not. But at the same time, it always was, used not intentionally. Really, any cyst with enough mental strength is capable of weaving with the doll, with a little of modification. Of course, the core likely needed a few new organs and a particular formulation of sphere to begin. But with its reshaping ability and the bodies and golems that got dragged to the core chamber, that must have been trivial. So the only thing it would have been missing were the ceremony's sacrifices. A wealth of resources which also were actually around it all along. The spine and its knowledge pool running below our feet. The dense organs here in this pale corru shell and the rich spire blood that helped to carry it. They helped to carry. It would have been absurd to think anyone would actually do this. But the tools were always within plain reach of the grounds mine. If they were murderous enough. Did you and your team try to attack the core directly? Force it out somehow? Well, the option did come up. But then we saw that every golem and co-body was scattering within. It was smarter to stop it from the outside. Maybe if we had the time stopper, it would have been possible. Oh well. Our foes. Idril, have you been attacked here? Do you know anything of our foes? Oh well, I have not really been out of here, so I know the others broke the core chamber door, and then did some little tricks with the barricade to fake a collapse. They even severed nerve connections in particular spots that I had no knowledge of. Very clever, Telio came up with the idea. But no golems have gotten through. Especially not since most of the ones outside the core were slain and brought here for our plan. Golems. Idril, there are no golems out there, not even bodies. No, I speak of the doll creatures. I struggle to place the words to describe them. Creatures, illusions, specters. Even though it was so recent, it felt as though the events are fading from my memory. Memories of the doll are so often hard to recall, and this overlap is no exception. We were in the lesser mine and a wave passed over us from the core. The chamber twisted when not breaking, changing into different shapes. And then they came through. These shapes of doll-like. Appearing like Go or Golem, I think, but they were hazy, inaccurate. We struck them, they fell, they disappeared as if they were never here. But more form, effortlessly, until Vekoa cast us aside. Idril pauses her work to stare at me absently. A slight confusion forms in her receptors. I would have expected complete bewilderment. Maybe this is sounding familiar to her. Kavik, maybe you can articulate it better? You know more of this subject. The doll plane is beyond my grasp. Sorry, Aki said, I really do not have a better description either. You really have not seen anything strange, Idril. Idril leans against the container, gaze long drawn away in thought. There is a pause before she returns to us. Well, while observing the ceremony from my pod, I did see the last pulse. You see, the ceremony, it really is just a big corrusistic construct, one that exists mostly within the doll plane, and it grows in pulses, each expansion allowing its tendrils to establish it further. It is part of how contrivances are formed, but usually it all happens too quick to observe like this. The wave you saw was definitely the overlap expanding, which is normal, and the distortion of the chamber really sounds like Jutsu's displacement. A rarely observed phenomenon in overlaps where anchoring tendrils displace physical space. Really, it is more of a pulling than a displacement if the theory is right. But I will spare you all the specifics. It will have to be that the ceremony was specifically, consciously grasping the chamber you were in. Like grabbing a... No equivalent translation failed. No equivalent internal meaning, no relevant inherited context, romanization failed. What the fuck did they say? It got completely mangled. Translator failed completely. It didn't even romanize the word. Through its protective membrane, we're not breaking it. But we're not breaking it. Gavik has paused his work, fascinated. It seems this phenomenon is new to him as well, despite his past work with the doll. But known phenomena aside, there was something really strange. Tendrils from the ceremony that would normally be structuring themselves outwards, acting like anchors for its growth. They acted aberrantly, curving towards the overlap, around the overlap, into the groundsmindery segment as a whole, deviating from the ceremony, folding back into it, making... Sorry, it's hard to describe the doll plane in so few words. To put it simply, I thought it was the result of some sort of incoherence, as in parts of the ceremony falling apart. But it sounds like Bekoa is actually diverting focus from the ceremony intentionally to make your creatures, using the ceremony's limbs to form shapes within the doll, somehow giving them intelligent direction, and then stabbing them back through the overlap into our side, just enough to become physical. From your description, I think their presence may still have served as anchors in the widening of the ceremony, maybe incidentally. But that is completely crazy though, to have such accurate control. I could not even imagine the focus required. And to have the tendrils animate like intelligent creatures. I mean, Aki said that has just never been done. Yes, totally unprecedented. Wow, I kind of want to see it myself now. But it is better if I stay back. Be sure to keep a record of your psych for me. Aki said has no words. Bekoa. Idril. Did Bekoa ever hint at this? Ever do anything suspicious? How could I phrase this to someone who surely knows nothing of the conflict? Has she ever expressed a desire to awaken an ancient entity buried deep in the bright ocean? We did not really talk much. Imagine the coldest Ekibik you know, and then make them so distant that they are always just barely out of sight. That is Bekoa. Always here, always operating and watching, and very good at it. But so very detached from everyone, even down here. She works so hard, so constantly, rarely ever leaving the core. It was like she thought she was alone in her work, sustaining everyone above by her efforts alone. She pauses to lean into the container, connecting some cyst in the dark of its corners. You might think I dislike her because I say that, but that is what made her a very good groundsman actually. Very fast, very confident decision making, usually for the best. In fact, if it were not for the senseless violence the others told me about, I would think she has a very good reason to be trying to make a ceremony. And will it do it? And who will do it better? Nobody. Wait, you never saw what was happening outside of here? Oh no, not physically. But when I have not been helping deal with the things the others brought me, I have been back in the Dolima pod watching. It all seems so far away in there. Golem sigils. Idril. These golems. A gesture to the golem's components that lie around this sector and bare. When you got them, did they have a groundsmindery control sigil? My question draws Kavik's attention. A perk of realization in his receptors. He must have had the same question but forgot to ask. In those we fought, we observed that they had one. Something like a spiral in an indistinct spinning mass. But apparently they had this even after Upper Groundsminery was seized, according to the terminals here. They were already dead when the others brought them in. Oh, but there was one. She pulls herself from the container, untangling her claws from connective veins to point at a nearby pile. Yeah, this one was incapacitated but still active when they brought it in. I think the silence got it off since the sigil vanished shortly after. And while I cut organs from it for use in other silent spires, I did notice it was very strange inside. Very strange. Quite a lot I could not use, all melted together. Still, control sigils, you know. They are used for accountability. If you do not have a signature when you are controlling a golem, it will intuit an identifier, like a name or some impression gathered from your mind. Really, it is just a rare fallback, nothing to be relied upon. I do not think I had ever seen it in use before. Belsi alone knows what they saw. She sets back to work with another thought. Gavik and I briefly exchange glances out of worry, but there is nothing more to say. Dulima pods. Idril. What exactly do these pods allow you to do? Can we use them to stop any part of this? I gesture to the yeah, I need tea. Sorry, give me a second. I can read. My tongue is twisted. I gesture to the angled pod entrance overhead. Oh, the Dulima pods work similarly to remote coordination pods, if you are familiar. They have a paired maintenance drone within the dull plane, and when you connect, naturally, physical senses do not apply within the dull plane. So it substitutes physical senses for approximations of dull perception. Just a few, and they are imperfect, but enough to relocate and operate upon dull structures. That is, if they are rotated correctly, and properly acknowledging their own point of origin. Oh, and are you familiar with the concept of self-imposed proximal location? Inherited context. Operating procedure required for most dull construction. How much content is there in this? This story seems lengthy. Oh! How long have we been waiting for episode 4? When did episode 1 came out? I started my channel not long ago, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There is a lot of content. And it doesn't take too long for the developer to push new content. This episode 4 came out a few months ago. I don't know how long episode 4 is, but episode 1, 2, and 3 are pretty long. Episode 1 and 2 are actually the shortest. Episode 3 is the longest, by far. And there is a lot of additional content that comes as side stories inside an episode. Episode 3 had like 2 additions. Episode 2 had like 3 additional content releases. By the way, this is all free. You can play it in your browser. It is entirely made with CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. This is all running on your browser completely. No WebGL, I think. This is just CSS and JavaScript, as far as I know. So yes. There is a lot of content. Quite a lot. This is what, my 7th stream? My streams back then used to be 3 hours long, and then I extended to 4 hours long. So, you know, add the numbers. 7 streams, 3 to 4 hours long, and that's how much content there has been. I don't know which number stream this is. I think this is the 8th stream, 7th stream. Not sure. I will check when I upload the video to YouTube. Self-imposed proximal location. Operating procedure required for most dull construction. Used for chapter 4 or 7th stream overall? 7th stream of the entire game so far. This is my first stream of chapter 4. I am hoping I can finish chapter 4 today. I will be extending a little bit more than 4 hours. Or as long as my throat allows me to. Operating procedure required for most dull construction. Partial meaning lost due to damage context. One of Dulscopic's classic standards. Of course, I do not know the specifics, but at this time I do not care. She's growing far too distracted from the point here. As if time were not running out. Kavik seems to understand my frustration before I even say anything. He pauses, giving Idril a little fold of his receptors as if to urge her onward, quietly requesting her help with their bomb. Oh, hehe, right. So yes, to simplify, the ceremony is probably not operating under any correct procedure. So it will actually be very difficult to locate anything vital with the drone. That aside, the silence is active, so if I took the drone out of its equivalent radius, it will just disconnect until the silence turns off, and then we will probably be attacked. So no, actually, the pods will not help us here. I see. Unfortunate. Kavik, new ceremony. Kavik, how did you realize it was a dull ceremony so quickly? Ah, it was the distortions on the swarm displays. There is this unmistakable pattern that forms whenever Corru tries to represent the dull plane. It is pale, usually with flickering black stripes. I saw it often during my work on the LifePod project. It is the result of attempting to map dull light to a physical sense here. Similar to incoherence actually, which is why I did not realize it right away. But as I look over the displays, it formed in my mind as a possible cause, only reinforced by the distortion being in the same place, especially with the addition of that segment map Tosik was glowing at. Oh, and the Windows displays too. The realization that it was a ceremony was like a veiled stomping on my head. A shared reaction, my friend. If you had not come to that realization, we may have split up as planned and, well, it is so fortunate we have you here. Gabi chuckles, bashfully returning to work upon the explosive. Thank you, Aki said. Okay. I guess we talked to everyone. Oh, I can go outside. Nothing for me to see. Okay, let's go outside. Whee! Oh, Bosco. And the proceed button. Anything else for me to see? Nothing here. We're not going back that way. Bosco stands here in the outer hall, watching over the entrance. Perhaps as an excuse to avoid conversation. It normally will be so unlike him. He has always been the one who brings forth conversation for its own sake. Enough to befriend Tosik, long viewed as a great achievement. But this gaze has made him unrecognizable. It is not that he changed. It was some part of him long detached, buried, uncovered by this tragedy. Forming the whole of his person, unseen before, perhaps not by anyone since he left Oveski. He is still our Bosco, but weighted down with a grief that has never been processed. We must not let it carry him out of reach. So I can only try to be there for him. Bosco, we will be moving before long. What is it? What is on your mind? It is this door. He gestures towards the core chamber door, a grand construction. It shines with hardened spire blood, surely part of the sabotage to make this area appear lost. Or at least to make the heavy doors unable to move. Bekoa, or what wields her, is not stupid. She must know we're here. That Idril is within. And it was And it was she who sent us here. She could take any number of actions to crush us immediately, to collapse something used upon this one chamber, with absolutely no consequence to whatever she's doing in there. But why would she not? You have seen the carnage above us. I have been searching for a reason, but there has been no reason before. Why would there be one now? Why did we ever think that death will free us from our larval problems? Perhaps all of this bloodshed was stupid chance, as much as it was back home. A single spore landing in the right place on a wall to kill everyone. To have us tear each other apart after so many eyes of progress, so many eyes of happiness. To have my gauntlets around the necks of monster form from the flesh of my own friends, until the bitter end, where the final memory of us will be lifeless sludge polluting the cousin's waters. Just as his voice nearly rises with despair, he comes to a stop, grasping his face with one of his gauntlets away from me. This is not about the door, not about Bekoa. Aki said, it feels like I am awake again. Like aloe for work, those good times in recreation were not real, never were. That everything between the fall of my home to parasites and now was just a dream. A dream that is quickly fading from memory, having no place here. As if it is only now, when the violence has returned, that anything is real again. And even if we escape, it will only be a distraction. What Gagbu revealed is clear enough. This will all come for us again, forever. That twisted repetition we can never stop. I do not know what to say. The burden on his shoulders is far beyond anything I know. And to handle this sort of violent sadness is well beyond my expertise. But I do know, when a runner spirals into despair, there is one thing that can help ground them. So I approach him and, delicately channeling the humors of a tear as best as I can, I pull him into an embrace. He is silent, unreciprocal, but the tension in his receptors stance is lessened. I only relent and speak after a blink of peace. After a blink of peace. Bosco. It is this place that is not real. A nightmare, an interruption, and it is almost over. This is going to work. He does not respond. We will get through this together. Oh boy! I feel fine. I'm gonna drink more tea. Proceed. Thought from combat imminent. Proceed. Okay. More tea. I'm gonna drink tea. Those of us connected to the time stopper gathered near the door. With the golem lost, we now only have 6, just 6 fighters. My friends, the nature of our foe is still unknown to me, but it is clear that it might seize memories from those it kills. From Itzel, our foe may have learned our initial plan to circle and enter. It might have been a problem before, but now this works to our benefit as deception. Were she to learn our intentions to detonate critical organs, she might react harshly. So we must take great care, no more losses. After all, if she truly cannot see the silences and believes us to only have force, then the detonation will take her by surprise when it is too late to stop us. Understood? Some affirmative waves of receptors. Yes, the stakes are known. Tarik, stay here and help where you can until we call you forth. Your structural knowledge will be critical. But when you're a body, you are a great threat. Right. Keep an eye out for Telly, okay? You will know her by her Tubasu tail. Uncommon result of mates with Tubasu heritage. Usually manifests in Bell and Jute. Partial translation, inherited description generated noun. Of course. Bosco, you must take great care, especially. You are the only remaining high-pressure body. Do not become overzealous in your protection. Understood. And Tosik, I am sure Idril could use your help preparing here. Are you certain you are well enough to continue fighting? I will continue. If I am lost, then I will have my final wings be in service of our plan. Then let us go. Oh boy. Oh, you can go back. Well, here we go. Door looks different. Beyond this hideous, distorted door is our first stop, the spinal link. More of those creatures must linger beyond, surely standing guard. Maybe simply existing to expand the ceremony. Or maybe Bekoa prepared them to stop us should we have found our way through? But from doing what? Surely they cannot simply be here to kill us. And she cannot know of our new plans already. Does she really think these things will stop us so easily? After all, she seems entirely capable of reason. So why does she not simply destroy us all herself, as she did Itzel? Are we so small a threat to whatever she's doing, that she does not care to deal with us directly? But there is no time to interrogate these thoughts further. We must enter and deal with our foes. Stepping closer to open it, a flare of indistinct thoughts and senses burned through my mind. As Kavik said, the time stopper reconnected. Hello? Okay, yes. We are good. Everyone, we need only remove their presence. Move in a bomb and continue. Enter and fight. It is as we expected, another warp space. The true shape of the room is here, somewhere, but beyond us. Strangely, there are no foes to be seen, but a lifted section of the chamber hangs in the center. The spinal tether, a lift to the base of the archival system above, would pause, out of reach, and a shape moves around its surface, half obscured from our angle. Another survivor? It could be like Karik said. Are they evacuating still? Across the time stopper, we share a decision. Speak. And so I call up to them. Hello, are you alright? My voice echoes, warbles, seems to create a ripple in the overlap itself. I have disturbed something. The shape upon the tether steps closer to its edge, staring down at us. It is Malby, the lead archivist, receptors drawn back with a sort of annoyance. Still living despite all of this. Malby! Come quickly, we have a... Gagbu is the first to grasp that something is wrong, warning us with an impulse. Kavik falls silent, and before we have time to investigate... Research team... Question mark. Speak clearly. Speaks clearly. No time for distractions. Come with me. Faint arcs lead from their silhouette into the light, like tendrils of the overlap, wielding their corpse as a Susukri mic. Or is that the contact affliction? Malvi raises their arms, claws seeming to disappear into the haze. And at once illusions of golems press through the overlap around us. Oh boy, they are lost. We must clear the area and deal with the archivist if there is no other way. Attack! Archivist. Shroud, unable to affect by any means. Split focus, suffer max HP of allies as damage upon their defeat. Oh, so we only have to kill the golems. Okay. Oh, I put the rifle on. Kavik has fear. Now every encounter Kavik starts with fear. I mean fair. To be honest, fair. Okay, that's one guy down. You are going to go over here. Bosco, you're going to protect this guy. No, never mind. Here. Protect. Let the golems come to us. What the fuck is he doing? Oh no. The air. Is he doing an attack around on those lanes? Okay, we're gonna move basically. Sludge volley. What happened? I thought I attacked him, no? I used the rifle, no? He should have taken damage. What happened? Oh no, they're not gonna be able to get out of here. Means that our friends are blocking the path. Oh, they're gonna take so much damage, probably. Oh dear. Okay, at least I can move this guy. Okay, let's keep moving. Something's gonna happen. Oof. What the fuck is happening there? Oh no! Ah! Okay, they're fine. Not too bad. Keeper is briefly empowered by archivist. Okay. Oh, there's more. Oh fuck, there's more. Okay, we're gonna keep killing shit until the archivist dies, I guess. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. What is happening? Okay, that guy's down. How much is left on the archivist? 50 HP. You should come here and use cover. Yes. Good. Should come here and use protect on this guy. Oh god, there's another one of those attacks. We gotta move out of here, out of there soon. Oh shit. I don't understand how this works. Shouldn't I have the option to... Is it because I have fear? Some actions prohibited. Oh. So because of fear I cannot use a rifle. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh shit. Okay. Toxic really needs healing. Like right now. Like right the fuck now. You still have fear. How many turns of fear are you gonna have? This Glassica needs to go. This keeper is almost dead. What? I dodge. Wow, I can hit two of them. Boom, nice. Damn, Bosco. Oh, fuck. Wait, Toxic didn't get a turn. Did Toxic not get a turn? Oh, fuck, I guess he was stunned or something. Oh, I can use Sludge Volley again. Does it hit allies? It probably does. It can apply vulnerable and puncture, which is nice. Let's focus on killing that guy. It's really annoying. Please die. Oh my god, still alive. I dodge! Come on, dude. Scramble that guy, please. Thank you. Oh man, I really need to protect. Oh, I can cover here from here. Yes, good, good, good. Oh, but he's gonna take the... he's gonna take the other problem. Now, the problem is that this guy can only attack with a charge. Okay, do your worst. Oof. Well, he's fine. He had the shields. Toxic is the one I'm worried about. He has shields, but... oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. We're still fine. Man, they're hard to see against the backgrounds. I didn't see that there was another one here. Can you please stop missing and actually heal yourself? Toxic is fucked. he cannot actually infect anyone with the parasite. At least he has repairs. I gotta save that guy before something bad happens to Toxic. This guy has 5 HP. Let's finish murdering it. Let's come here and cover everyone. Okay, can we kill this thing, please? Throw punch. Almost. Oh, we win. The archivist recoils in pain, claws drawn back to their sides. Their shape brights in the light of the overlap, as if we have been striking them this whole time. Wasting time. Drastic measure. No aversion. Spares. Personal. They step forward, tumbling off the tether, and when they strike the ground, the overlap twist coils tighter around itself. Malvi is drawn back to their feet by what wields them. I mistake their stance at first for anger, senseless fury. But intertwisted receptors is a great fear. This is no husk. Are they being animated against their will? Perhaps we may be able to help, but they clearly intend to kill us. We can only defend ourselves. Analysis context shift. Entity archivist acts twice. Oh fuck. Attack. Oh, and it's their turn now. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck is he doing? What's wrong with Bosco's icon? What's happening over here? Immovable. Ignores knockback. Okay, I think terrible shit's gonna start happening now. So I'm gonna do sludge volley here. Prepares to fire. Oh, sludge volley is not instantaneous. It takes 2 turns. That's what I didn't understand what happened last time. And this isn't the hardest fight in your opinion? That's either the spoiler fight or the final different spoiler fight. Oh my god. Oh my god. He looks amazing. Can I zoom in? He looks insane. That's bright. It looks crazy. What the fuck happened? What the fuck's he doing? I don't understand what's happening. He's just warping all over the place. It's like a fucking anime fight. Am I fighting an some anime bullshit? Let's give him some puncture. I'm sure he'll love that. He will love puncture. Use your stand, Goku. Yes. Cover. Oh my god. Okay, he's dead. He died to like 20 different status effects. They consume him. When Malvi falls, the distortion fades, drawn into itself. For an instant I could see their limbs being pulled in different directions. And when my vision stabilizes, the spinal root is dark. The archivist's body lies lifeless, more mangled than we left it, curiously. As if the receding overlap tore something within them away. Could a mind core still be within, some remnant? And the tether has fallen? Or was it on the ground the whole time? Even after the overlap's recession, I still feel it. A physical uncertainty at the edge of my senses. Where does that room truly end and begin? Our victory is but as stones drop into water, rippling the surface of the overlap, revealing what lies below but soon to settle again. Still, the critical parts we have come to detonate are within plain view. These spinal roots connecting to the great pool of knowledge beneath our feet. We will sever the cord completely from the spine if destroyed. In the center stands the spinal tether, a stabilizing structure and lift, still mostly obscure. Its terminal presents more worries to hang over our heads, visualizing breaks and snaps throughout the spine, veins and supports falling apart overhead, colliding with one another, surely withered by having the life drained from it for this process. And so the time comes for our first charge to be deployed. I signal to Kavik and Bosco behind, who recede into the hall to fetch it from Idril. And just after they exit, the hall opposite of theirs briefly opens. More foes? Hideously timed. Does Bekoa suspect something? With me, everyone. We cannot let them see the bomb being set. As I step out to face whatever opened the door, I see nothing. The others gather around and behind me as I advance. So, why would these creatures even use the door? Hello? Hey, easy, I am a friend. A voice, physical, sane, another co, sounds from behind. And so we turn, but there is nothing there. You do not want to go that way. Bekoa is doing something, creating these twisted illusions. Fortunately, they could not see me. I look back to the others, wary, suspecting I have a defect, but they are similarly confused. With a focusing of my eyes, I see a vague shimmer, a cloaking device, just in time for it to flicker away, revealing our co. A cloaking skin, of course. Where did she find that? Who? And a Tubasu tail, just as Karik described. Yes, hello, are you, tell you? I am Akized. Yeah. You already met Idril then. Did you bring that move friend here? It told me to look for you. You must have been looking for me too, huh? Thank you for waiting, but we should get out while we can. Her eyes flick up to the imperceptible ceiling. It is bathed in darkness, yet still lit with a dull haze. Like smoke gathering in a cave, creeping closer to suffocate us. I do not know what is happening, but it will probably only get worse. No, actually, we devised a new plan with Idril. She evaluates us skeptically, glancing towards the grand door, returning a confused cough and vague gesture towards the madness above. To stop this, do not joke with me here. The only plan that will work is one where we get off this island before it is lost. Before I can explain, the dull mind hall opens again and Telio turns, ready to fight. But it is merely Bosco, escorted by Idril and Kavik, as he carries in our disguise explosive. Karik stands proudly atop the container, pointing with a spindly leg. Alright, near the center here, should be a good spot. Just next to the base of the tether, but a little removed, opposite to the core chamber door. We do not want to damage the core chamber in the process after all. Got it. I can take it from here. Who is that? Hi, tell you. Karik, catch her up, okay? I need to prepare the silence and detonator. Karik? Detonator what? Tell you. Though she faces away, I see excitement and hope swell in her receptors curl. Even her tail's movement, not an unusual cosmetic choice given Tabasu's appeal. But the motion is very natural. She must have been a rare tail bearer in life. Uncommon result of mates with Tabasu heritage, usually manifests in Bell and Judd partial translation. Okay. Karik leaps off the container, skittering over to her, and she kneels to greet them with an embrace. Haha, look at you! Did you finally exhaust your closest of bodies? Oh, I can explain all. Yes, all of our victories. Even as I find a parachute on Telio's shoulder, Karik's pride falters. The same wound still remains fresh in all of our minds. But where to start? Well, we should speak of our new plan first. Come, look at what we have created. Use over there by Bosco, the big gift. Yes, we are planting bombs to sever the resources that, as Telio carries them away, and the plan is outlined further. Shock gives way to realization and hope, all before she leaves my side. I turn to Gagbu, Tosik and Milsa, still lingering near me. Tosik, are you able to continue? Yes. There is little more we can do than allow him to continue fighting. Alright. Once Idril is done, we will be just a few steps away from victory. Let this cloud drift by. Come on, Idion, pause and rest before Belsi's light reaches the subject again. There is only the explosive placement in the heart, then the lesser mind. Mark entities contain dialogue unique to this stream segment. Interact before advancing, utilize proceed entity to save or advance stream. Prepare. Okay, we have an ad incoming. I'm gonna do a little bit of checking. Malvi's body, examine the archivist. Despite my efforts, I cannot find a mind core in any component. Not the head, not the torso. Malvi's blood still stains my clothes, both from the fight and from this excavation. We truly killed them. But possessed by a parasite as they were, there was no other way. A grim image of our larval past. A mirror of terrible life. Parasite reanimation. None of us are strangers to this. We might grieve for Malvi's loss in time, But as they say in a true infestation, as long as it still festers, it is unwise to linger upon grief. Gagbu approaches me as I claw through the corpse. Gagbu, are you able to sense a mind core in any of this? She crouches nearby, tilting her head this way and that. Aki said there is nothing in here. If there was a mind core, Gagbu's gaze drifts over the components I have removed in my search. Some are far larger than they should be. What we recognize to be internal regulators are fused and elongated, and many others are completely unfamiliar. Their appearance puts her receptors in a puzzle twist. It is not a mind core anymore. I do not recognize a single one of these. It is the same phenomenon that I saw in the golems. The same that Idril described with the affliction. She says no more, rising slowly and returning to the tether. I had expected her to continue with her thoughts, but when I see the coil in her receptors, I come to the same realization. This is Tossic's future. Oof. Oof, ouchie, ouch. Okay, let me see. I think ad break should be now, but I don't see the thing. The message is not displayed on my window. Yeah, I think the ad break is starting now. So we're going to go into an ad break. Be right back. Beep. Okay, we're back. Also, I just noticed Moth wants to talk to us. The thing was pulsing. Dull monsters, a hidden obelisk conflict. This is what we have been looking for. The big guy is gonna go crazy when I turn this in. About the grounds mindery. Yeah? Hostiles? What do you think is going on with these things? The hostiles. Not sure what to call them. Akisat said specters or illusions. I will call them monsters. But based on what Idril said, they're just a part of the ceremony. Which I'm still trying to wrap my head around, honestly. So the ceremony is a thing in the dull plane. The overlap allows the two planes to interact directly. And that makes the ceremony able to just push its limbs through. And Bekoa makes them take the shape of golems and people she killed. But like, how? Aside, why even take a shape at all? There's too many variables here, dude. Assuming there's a rational explanation in the first place. We don't even know if that really was Bekoa in charge. Okay. Incoherence. Have you noticed an incoherence at all? As crazy as it is, not really. My machines are barely picking up anything that matters. Aside from some occasional visual loss, this is probably the most intact memory we have seen yet. Even some of the more twisted stuff. Which I think means this is a core memory. Like something Aki said was truly really hard. Was trying really hard to make sure that Sis will never mess up. And I get why. Yeah. Meteorite? What do you make of the meteorite? Technically, it isn't really new knowledge. Like, we already saw Aki said confirm it was corrusistic. Everyone expected that anyway. Which, you know, on its own is whatever. A weird spooky mystery that's been unsolved forever. But the fact that it's apparently so massive and has been around so long that drift in stone ripped some veins apart. Like, how have we never noticed it? People think what is essentially a gargantuan metal deposit in the ocean will be easy to find, right? The ocean is only so big. Although, that is still really big. Aside from that, I really don't know what to think of the broader implications yet. I'm not gonna sit here and ramble about potential connections. We just have to find more info on it. There's no way Akisa didn't learn more after this, you know? Especially with the connections her friends apparently had. After thinking about all this stuff, since this came out, you have half an idea what's going on. Hint, I don't think Milsa is entirely wrong. Ceremony. Do you know anything about this ceremony thing? Here's my theory. The meteorite is the Ready Player One for the obelisk people. Do you know anything about this ceremony thing? Not really, sorry buddy. I think this is the first good look at one we have gotten. At least on the public record. But still, it's fascinating to me how brute force the process sounds. I mean, even the approximate meaning of ceremony being used as the structure's name. That's not really something we will call a scientific process, lol. Anyway, I don't think this is even close to how they will normally make one. On account of the freakish monsters. Right. Infection. Have you heard of anything like this infection? The contact affliction. Nope. And they have clearly done ceremonies to open contrivances before. They wouldn't be so surprised if this was a known phenomenon related to that. Based on how their tech works, including co-bodies, it has to be a thought, right? Something that Toxic picked up from the pod. Like, think about disablers. They work by forcing the impulse to disassemble. And we're pretty sure they propagate across the target's entire system, because the whole thing usually melts. If thoughts can work like that in corruses, like little viruses, maybe we are just seeing the end result of that vulnerability. Maybe. Tactical combat. This tactical combat thing is cool. Why wasn't it the default? That's seriously what's on your mind right now? Dude, focus. Okay. Anything else on your mind? I have some questions. Let's hit them, I'll do my best. What is the dull plane? What do you know about the dull plane? Oh dude, you're not ready for me to rant about the dull. We will be here all night. It's so frustrating how little we really know about it. But if I condense down what we know for certain, if this is all like stuff from interviews I've watched. And this is all like stuff from interviews I've watched. There was an Ekivik engineered dulscopic jet something. Try asking Moth about the combat again after you're finished, to be honest. Okay. We discovered that there are at least two states of like reality. What they call Velsi's stage, this one, and what ended up being named the dulscopic plane. Or just Dol plane for short. Anyway, we don't know the specifics of how we came to discover this, but hang on, I'm getting into the history part, aren't I? I see that look you're giving me. Okay, to really truly condense this, we actually know more about its history than any of its physical properties. This was one of those things the Obes weren't able to effectively share with us before it all broke down. Or maybe they just didn't want to. They did tell us that organic life can go through it without being annihilated. But Corru can apparently survive it without major issues, with a little preparation. But, what else? There are lots of wild theories about what it actually is. Like a parallel universe, another dimension or something, but in my opinion, that all gets into unrealistic movie shit. It's probably not that simple. We just don't have the means to interact with it in any meaningful way to find out. And the Obes aren't helping much anymore. Very much anymore. The only thing we know for certain is that physicists are very angry about it. So I guess that's all of the useful insight I have for you here. Sorry, dude. Anything else is either classified over my head or waiting for us in this cyst. Alright. That's all the things we can ask to Moth right now. We have Milza and Kavik having a chat over here. By one of the spine's roots, Milza and Kavik chat. Kavik is speaking in a familiar way, intense curiosity, with the illusion of being hushed. But he has always had this habit of speaking too loud, so I hear anyway. I see. It is such an interesting view. What if it's not an organic development, though? Perhaps an ancient construct. Surely you're familiar with the progenitor theory. The spirit theory of corru origin supposes natural spires and corru veins are not natural. Where Gakbu might be annoyed at what surely has been incessant questioning, Milza is clearly entertained, answering kindly. Despite the circumstance, she is without fear for the first time since we met. At least for this blink. Haha, well, there are internal theories, well, yes. But I have no particular holding to anyone. Really, it should make no difference. An ancient creature, a construct, some fragment of a greater origin. Regardless of any descriptor, should we not want to know what its purpose is? Though if all of this is possible from only a briefly emitted signal from it. She shifts uncomfortably, looking away from Kavik. Towards my approach, for this line of thought has inspired me. Milza, Kavik. Hello! Milza, I wanted to ask. Given what we just fought here and your unique knowledge, what do you make of these entities we face? I am only a sculptor, Aki said, my involvement aside. But after all we have seen, I suspect that whatever directs the ceremony is absorbing any thought it can. Memories, images of self, schematics for golems from the spire's vast knowledge. After all, we stand atop a lake of memories and designs. To what end, I cannot say really. But that is how it must be able to weave such familiar shapes. But this does line up with your expectation of awakening, right? Minds and thoughts being collected within a great mind. If the meteorite is on the other side, and it is what animates this shape somehow, do you think the minds of the slain Ko are still within? I do not know whether to hope they are or not. If they are illusions, minds wielded like bait by a parasite. This is bad, yes, but if they are truly Ko, the same we used to work with, why would they act this way? How could they have changed so much? Malvi just tried to kill us all. Without hardly any attempt to communicate. Without hardly any attempt to communicate. Where is the reason, the kindness? I will not lie and say I do not wish for an awakening. The possibility to join with an ancient mind. But Milsa's receptors fidget, and she stares at the core chamber door. This is not right. Agreed. Knowledge pool. Spinal roots provide direct system connection, manage reservoir of rich archival sludge, and countless groundsmind reconnected cyst. Likely extends within its entire segment, also likely being rapidly consumed by ceremony. Spinal terror, direct lift to base of archival system overhead, used in delivery of heavy materials and knowledge, potential escape route if not for the widespread archival system collapse. What is that over there? What is that over there? You guys see that, right? You guys have a comment on that? In the distance, a terminal lingers. Even with some eye adjustment, the terminal display is too warped to understand. It is attached to nothing, impossibly beyond the bounds of the dark wall, yet still visible. Bosco stands by, puzzled, while Toshik is harder to discern. But he greets my approach. Aki said, "What do you make of this? The terminal? It functions surprisingly, but it does not say anything we do not already know. The spine is crumbling. Although interestingly, if you look here," Toshik gestures out towards the terminal, claw extending beyond the border of the wall, specifying some quadrant of the swarm display in the distance. How is that possible? Is the wall truly gone? Does he not see the problem here? No, Toshik, I mean this. The position of the terminal. Should it not be directly in front of us? Oh no! Oh no! The message got deleted. Wait. That message should not be deleted. Yes, Nightbot. Let me put Nightbot into, because they put corru.observer and Nightbot detected that as a link. Let me put corru.observer on the allow list. Give me a second. I'll fix it. I'm fixing it now. Blah. Links. Settings. corru.observer. Okay. I just added the domain. It should not delete corru.observer anymore. Now feel free to repost your message. I saw your message. It says you used to be Logis, by the way, but name changed because plural. Oh, Logis! Clock Tower Collective. Welcome. Okay, let me a second. I'm gonna go back to the game. I fixed it. The position of the terminal. Should it not be directly in front of us and upright? I similarly gesture out to the terminal. Would find my claw colliding with the wall that ought to be here. In the distance, I see the display of the terminal warping slightly. The same distortion that could be caused by simply waving a hand in it. I step back, taking a blink to recalibrate my eyes. With no effect. Toshik's head moves closer to the wall, twisting upside down, eyes similarly adjusting. Oh, you see it too, right, Bosco? Yes. I simply thought Toshik was reading it from here. An impossible inconsistency, one that I see no matter where I stand. It must be an effect lingering from the overlap, right? Toshik, what do you see? I see the terminal, like you said. I am not sure how to place this. It just makes sense to me. Spoken with concern, as if I am the one with the issue. I reach out again for the wall, but find my claw passing through, beyond the edge. And out of curiosity, I extend my head beyond it as well. Where the dark turns to dizzying dull light. It is truly mystifying. At least until my claw meets something large and cold. Something that moves in reflex, squirming away like a disturbed bale branch. I pull myself back to the dark, chuck, claws ready for some retaliation. Bosco stands ready as well. The need to ask what happened well beyond us. But nothing comes. Toxic, I think your affliction... It must be affording you some insight we lack. Yes, that must be. The overlap's effects are plain to me. But if I focus, I can tell that something is wrong, but... It does not hinder me enough to notice otherwise. Perhaps this symptom is of some use. For example, if we get lost in the overlap, maybe it could guide us. But if this is his new grasp upon reality, how can I trust that he will know when he is becoming a danger? I see. Bosco, as a precaution, watch him, keep him grounded. Alright. That's not concerning at all. I see Gakbu and Idril having a chat. What's up? While Idril rummages with the contents of the container bomb, Gakbu stands watch, attention distant. She stares towards the core chamber, some exertion in her receptors. Hello, Gakbu, Idril. No problems? Nope. It is fine here. But her gaze is drawn upwards, sweeping from left to right. The sensation of the overlap is so strange. I feel things moving around us. Oh, Idril, let there be no confusion. I have a grounds mind repair and mind core. Cool. Idril does not draw away from her work. But when I try to place where these things are, I cannot. Like imagining a shape in my mind's eye. And trying to track specifically where in my body I see it. As if I could pluck it from myself and have it vanish. I am not certain what you mean, Gakbu. I am. You are probably feeling the tendrils of the ceremony grasping at the space. On the other side, the nearby overlap might be giving them some physicality in a way you can feel. They are technically made of corru, so that is a whole different matter. Still, do not worry about them too much, they should be harmless. At least until the overlap closes in around us again and they can come through. How is that possible? That the overlap can shift like this? It is not simply an area around the ceremony. Well, it is more like, it withdraws from the box to think for a blink. Like prying open a very resilient gate. An incision is made, and in this case by the core, and you stick something into it and pry one way or another, or the other. Sometimes with yield, sometimes without, requiring that you try elsewhere. And sometimes getting pushed back by someone on the other side. But eventually the gate is torn open. And that is the ceremony, yes. A many limb gate opener. The overlap really is just a place where the cracks have been pulled wider. You should read about ceremonial operations sometime. They are so fascinating. Idil returns to wiring her explosives, and Gakbu returns her gaze to me, with a bright twist in her receptors. Well, that is my answer then. What about you, Akizet? Are you alright? I'm so fixed upon our goals that the question staggers me. Am I alright? There is so much to process. Belsi twists our paths so much. I think it's hard to even think. But for now, yes. Thanks. Any other thing to check? Okay, let's talk to you. Tell you. New person, hello. Near the door to the heart's hall, Telio and Karik linger. She sits against the wall, holding an arm up for Karik to speak upon. Before they are audible, I see Karik swatting at the air as if punching, surely recounting our victory in goal and maintenance. Telio's sneakers, receptors slightly curled with contentment. With that one last punch, and so the chamber's dull beam, made hazardous by the damage, melted away at the flesh of our beastly foe. Just enough for poor Itzil, recently awoken, to channel the rage. Between the two of us, it was lifeless before it even could have known. As I approach, her attention shifts to me. And here is our fearsome director. Hello, Akizad. It is good to see you both in such high spirits. Have you learned of our plans? And more. I love that good nature faded away as soon as I started speaking. A new sardonic sharpness in her voice, setting me at Eunice. Did Carrick tell her about my confession? Yes, once I told her all about our progress and plans here. I started working backwards. Aki said, it is mad. But we came down with a similar dream. My team and I. Anyway, I will not help you fight, but I will disable every method of the grounds mine as of monitoring your progress. I picked up a few things from the engineers here. That could be helpful, but your team, were they among the co who went up into the spine? The receptors twist into a sour coil. For a blink, she stares up into the madness of the overlap, past me. Yeah. Idiots. Flat tone, sharp. While at first it seemed a shockingly cold statement, remembrance of some past argument is practically visible in her receptors. I have touched upon a wound, but that is even more reason to ask. If we destroy this chamber as we planned, the tether will be broken. There will be no way back for them, and no easy way up from here. At least not until we seize the core and create new paths. But to that end, no detonation will happen until all charges are placed. So, do you want to split off to look for them before then? Delius' eyes close, receptors coiling tighter. Carrick glances between us both with muted worry. Do you think I have not tried? Have you seen the map of the spine? They strode into a collapsing cave. So no, Aki said. I will help here. If any still live. Your insane plan is the only chance I have to help them. Then be ready. Okay. No one else. Let's save. Save and heal. Question: how much is left of episode 4? Do we have 1 hour left? We have 2 hours left? 3 hours left? Well, how long are we talking about here? Because if we're speaking of like 2 hours or more, oh, you know what? Maybe we should stop here for tonight and we finish episode 4 tomorrow. I mean, you requested Spore. Would you be okay with me temporarily canceling Spore to do more corru.observer episode 4 tomorrow? Yes, sure. Okay, how about we do that? Okay, I'm gonna save again. Yay! And I'm gonna do a full system save. What the fuck is this? Widespread incoherency. Exercise caution. What the fuck is going on with this? Ooh. Ooh. So yeah, I'm gonna save my game. Export file. Okay. I exported my file using case. And I'm closing the browser. Okay, browser is closed. The GAD meter. Ask Moth about why you feel weird for an explanation. I think I remember that conversation. I think I already asked. But you know, it's been so long. I haven't played in a long time. You have to see. I haven't played since episode 3 came out. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay. So let's do that. Tomorrow, we do more corru.observer. We finish episode 4 tomorrow. Spore will be temporarily moved. Currently at max incoherence. Yeah, it's going crazy. It's going nuts. Okay. Let me see. Who is online? Let's raid someone. You think anyone else is playing corru.observer? Is anyone else streaming? Let me see. Corru.observer on Twitch. Will be funny if there will be there are other people. No, I'm the only one. Okay, let's write someone from my follow list. Okay, let's see who is online. Who is available for a raid? I see several people who look very raidable. And I think I will raid a fellow Moth called Balinar666. Here I go. I'm setting up the raid. And I've been decompressed. I'm so fluffy now. I'm so comfy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Raid is set. And this is Moth signing out. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope all of you have a wonderful evening. I hope all of you have a very good night. And if you're going to bed right now, I hope a giant moth from the void comes into your room to snuggle over you, keeping you warm, cozy, and safe, so you may have very good dreams. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.